Hi, Nico. I love the music of this game. I can't believe we're finishing it. How's it going, my friend? I hope you're having a good night. You're in bed. Oh, I'm so happy for you. Genuinely, so happy for you. I hope you fall asleep. I hope my stream is able to lull you to rest, because you fucking deserve it, my man. Cheers to you. I'm gonna be really sad when we finish it. I'm gonna be really sad. It'll be fine. We're gonna be okay. Ugh. The fucking poll is still goddamn tied. It's sitting at 6-6 now. It was at 4-4 this morning. Yeah, I threw on makeup because I was watching one of my streams today when I should have been working. Just kidding. I was watching it after work to like clip things. And I was like, boy howdy, do I look like a mess. And I was in my bedroom already like getting stuff together for tomorrow. And I was like, you know what, I'll just fucking throw on makeup. Why not? Thank you, Carly. You know, it's gonna look like slightly less of a mess than I normally do. Anyway, God, we're gonna finish fucking Spirit of Justice this week. Tonight. I'm not ready. I mean, I am, but I'm not. I can't believe this poll is so fucking tied. It's gonna end tied. I'm gonna have to make the decision myself, which is what I didn't want to do. You said after? I'm like really debating. Cause like, I think some of the tier lists will have Professor Layton characters, which is like not that big a deal. I just like skip them. But it would be nice to take a smidge of a break from Ace Attorney and like do some other stuff for a bit before I go back into Layton. But also, I would love to just like take my way through the rest of it. I don't even know how long Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright is. I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna Google that real quick. Prof. Layton versus Phoenix Wright. Length 26.5 hours. Main plus extras 28 hours. So like 5 streams, 6 streams, I don't know. I don't know how to do math. 28 divided by 4 is a number. 4.5, 6 or 7 streams. Oh my god, that is basic math, isn't it? I'm a mess. Just drink. Yeah, that's where my brain is with that. I'm drinking Jack Daniel's watermelon punch. I didn't buy these for a long time because I was like, ooh, whiskey. But then my friend brought them to something we were doing. I think when we were helping her move into her house, she had them. And they were really, really good. They just kind of taste like juice. The peach one is delicious. And so I bought some when I was out doing my shopping yesterday. So much shopping. That's okay. I don't know where my brain is today. Not in my head. Need to go out this weekend. I wanted to make sure I have a bunch of stuff this weekend, so I wanted to make sure I got my stuff. And I needed to buy the stuff for the stuff this weekend, but I also knew that this weekend was going to be nuts because of the holiday on Monday, so I definitely wanted to make sure I wasn't last minute shopping. Excuse me. Worked out because like the stores were pretty empty yesterday, which was nice. Sam's was a little bit busy, but that's okay. I wasn't in there for long. I went in for like 3 things and I left with like 5 things, but you know. Anyway, I'm almost done this drink. I'm gonna go get a second one really fast. Alright, so this week is the Time Traveler DLC. I also realized the other DLCs, it was called like Asinine Attorney or something, are not on this because they were like pre-order DLCs for the game when it first came out, and that means it can't legally be released for anything else because Japan's laws, which is sad, but that's okay. Asinine. Ass Attorney. The Great Ass Attorney. Okay. Let's get this party started, why don't we? Alright. Do it here. Noivus, where it's gonna take me. Special episode. Time Traveler. Oh, it's kind of long. Oh boy. Okay. I hope we can finish this tonight. I would love to finish it tonight. Turnabout Time Traveler.
I'm not completely heartless. I'll even throw that time machine you cherish so much overboard with you.
Please take me back to that blissful moment.
Larry? 6 and oh
It's almost
god.
time for the reception, milady. It actually really worked.
Thank you, Carly. Alright, we'll see if we can speed run this then. Okay, let me make sure I've got this straight. When your magic panties appear, oh god. I do a backflip into a handstand then blow out the candle? No, Athena, you got it all wrong. You do a backflip through the ring of fire while holding the candle in your mouth. There's no way I'll ever be able to do that. Sure you can, I believe in you, Athena. Trucy, what are you and Athena up to? Athena's agreed to be a part-time performer in my magic show. I couldn't say no to some extra cash, but I probably should have thought it through first. Now it's a human cannonball this, guillotine that. It's not like I have 9 lives, you know. You've made your bed, Athena. Now you've got to lie in it. No, I'm too young to be taking out a life insurance policy already. My name is Phoenix Wright. I'm the head of this law office. And since when did you become the head of this office, Daddy? I mean, who exactly does all the cleaning, accounting, and scheduling around here, huh? Ha ha ha. You got me there, Trucy. This is Trucy Wright. She's my adopted daughter and a magician. And I'm Athena Sykes, the rising star lawyer of the Write Anything Agency. Or rather, the rising star assistant to Trucy, you mean. If I don't get back into a courtroom soon, I'm gonna forget everything I ever learned. Speaking of the courtroom, we haven't exactly had any clients lately, have we? Business as slow as ever, huh, Nick? Bet you made more money back when you played the piano. What in God's name are you wearing? What is that? Yo, long time no see. Larry? I haven't seen you in years. What brings you here all of a sudden? You didn't keep up with your friend? Phoenix, you're a very bad friend. You and Miles are both very bad friends to Larry. Some big news, that's what. Okay. Who's this guy, boss? Reminds you of, like, Kirby? It does have those vibes. This is Larry Butts. He's, well, let's just say he's an old friend of mine. So, Larry, what's so big that you had to come and tell me in person? There's somebody I want you to meet. Hey, you can come in now. Alright. Oh, hi. How do you... Oh, God, is she British? How do you do? Hi? That dress, is that a wedding dress? Yes, it is. My name is Ellen Wyatt. I'm a domestic servant, a maid of the Sprocket household. Sprocket? As in Sprocket Aviation? Yes, that's the one. Wow, Mr. Wright, Sprocket Aviation is a really big airline company. You've heard of Rainbow Airlines, right? The one they call RAL for short? Yeah, that does sound familiar. Well, it's run by Sprocket Aviation. I see. But what is the Sprocket family maid doing here in a wedding dress? So, actually, we've decided to get married. You what? I'm not so young anymore, you know? I figured it's time to finally settle down. Look at this face he's making. Larry! Okay. What? You're getting married? No way, I don't believe it. Besides, why would someone as well put together as her choose someone as flaky as Larry? Phoenix, you haven't seen him in years. Can you, like, give him, cut him some slack? Give him a break? You're kidding, right? Jealous? I don't blame you, but green's really not your color, you know. Alright, Larry. Lay it on me. You're getting married? In all seriousness, Larry, are you really getting married? Not right away, but that's the plan. We're gonna elope, see? Like love on the run, I guess you could say. Isn't that right, Ellie? Is she a robot? Larry, I do believe there's been a major misunderstanding here. My heart already belongs to another. I'm in love with Soren, not you. Say what? Larry, that's about what I thought. But Ellie, baby, weren't you running away with me so we can get married? As I said, you misunderstand. You said you'd help me escape. That's the only reason I ran away with you. This is not happening. I even shook off the police for you. And what? That's it. If we can't be together, my life is over. I'm gonna end it all. Wait, back up. Did you say you shook off the police? Yes, we had to, because we're lovers on the lam. Sorry, Miss Wyatt, but can you maybe fill me in on what's going on? To tell the truth, I'm being pursued by the police as a murder suspect. Murder? They think you killed somebody? I happened to find a dead body at my reception, so the suspicion fell onto me. They had me confined in a separate room. And that's when Larry came along and helped me escape. I'm sorry, but what? Oh, Nick. Me and Ellie were going to elope. We were going to put it all on the line for true love. But the police tried to stop us, so we had to scramble to shake them off. Where did it all go wrong? I feel a migraine coming on. Please help me. The police are sure to be intensifying their search. Look, it's even on TV. More news on the murder suspect and an unidentified man on the run from police. Photo of the suspect, Miss Ellen Wyatt, has been released by the police. Sources say that the 21-year-old suspect is suspected of clubbing the victim. 25-year-old Dumas Bloomsbury to death in the wedding reception hall after her banquet. Okay. I always imagine Larry being that meme where the person has a big butt and like everyone hates it. Oh my god, you're so right, Carly. 2 fugitives are said to be highly agitated and dangerous. If you see them, you've got to be kidding me. Also, look at this bad boy. It's not actually as bad as I feared it was going to be. I'm sweating too. Oh, my arm is like, I don't know that it hurts, it's just like uncomfortable. Like I don't like my arm resting exactly against my side. No, that's a bruise. I can feel it in there, but it's my new birth control, guys, for those of you who are confused. I got subdermal birth control. Because fuck yeah. Oh god, I am uncomfortable though. Oh brother. I guess this means we're technically harboring a pair of fugitives here, huh? Got the Elon chip, yep. Got that Elon Musk chip. Going straight to my uterus. Oh, Nick, what's a guy to do? Ellie's dumped me hardcore. I'm the one who should be crying. I haven't seen you in ages. Where have you been all this time? You mean you don't know? You really gotta stop living under a rock and get out more. I wonder how long it'll be till you forget it's there. That's a good question. I hope it's quickly. I hope by the time this bruise goes away, I'll just forget it's in there. I can feel it under my skin, which will be good because then I will be reassured that it hasn't vanished into my body. But it's very slight. So I don't know, we'll see. I would love to just forget about its existence. Give me the heebies. The process was kind of heebie-jeebie-ish. Like, they numbed my arm, which is fine. Like, I was like laying on the table like this. This is where they entered my arm, and this is where it is. So they like numbed it, and then this is really gross. The like applicator thing, I could feel it go under my arm and in. Oh, I could feel it moving under my skin. It was so gross. I was not looking at it because then I really would have passed out. But that finished up, and I was like a little lightheaded, like very slightly lightheaded, like sitting there. And my doctor's looking at me. She's like, "You okay? You good?" I was like, "Yep, I'm fine. We're good." I'm the hippest, hottest picture book author in the business. Larice Dunim. Oh god. Oh god. I kind of forgot about Larice. Can't believe you didn't know I'm taking the picture book world by storm. Just throws up all over her. And the mustache works like Good to know, Carly. Oh, but I know you. You're the one who wrote Franzie's Whippity Whip Trip, right? Isn't that from Investigations? No, that's from Brace of the Turnabout. Now that you mention it, I think I did hear about that one-hit wonder. About a one-hit wonder. One-hit wonder? What the heck, Nick? I'll have you know I just created a brand new character to moderate acclaim. He's mildly popular with 18 to 24-year-old women everywhere. Look, you can see his cute self all over this jacket. Peppa Pig? What? That heart-shaped pork chop? Is that a pork chop? He's the main character of my latest picture book. A lovable little soul who pierces the hearts of lovers with his arrows of amour. Cute Piglet. And you can see his adorable fellow make his debut in Cute Piglet's Lovey-Dovey Lark. Hi, Cody. Yeah, his jacket is truly something. In stores now. Are you sure? Because I've never seen that book in stores, now or ever. Well, if you ever do see it, do me a favor and buy a copy or 10, will ya? But I thought you were taking the picture book world by storm. Anywho, you'll defend Ellie in court, right, buddy? Please, I'm begging you. I didn't murder anyone. I swear I'm as clean and pure as this pure white dress. No psyche locks. I guess that means she's telling the truth. But helping a fugitive on the run? What am I getting myself into? There's actually one more thing I really need to tell you. Oh? You might find this hard to believe, but the truth is, I'm a time traveler. Huh? I'm not sure I follow. After the wedding reception, I was attacked. I was moments away from my death. But then, in that instant, I made a wish upon this pendant around my neck, and I went back in time to just before the reception started. Only this time around, the man who was trying to kill me was already dead, and somehow, I became the suspect for his murder. It's as if history had been rewritten. Now, wait just a minute here. I don't understand. Are you saying that... What's going on? Mr. Wright, there are police cars outside. Not just one or two, but a whole bunch. Jesus. Not like they're armed. Daddy, a whole squad of officers as the building's surrounded. Jesus Christ, ACAB here too. This is the police. There is no escape. Drop your weapons and come out with your hands up. Nick, what do we do? Heck if I know. I see a bunch of armed officers out there. 1, 2, 3, 44, 45. Wow, talk about overkill. Listen here, you criminals. Think about what you're putting your poor parents through. I'm sure this isn't how they raised you. Think about their smiley faces and their warm home-cooked meals. What the fuck? Who the heck are you? A detective? Now, hold on there. Hey, you can't go in there. It's too dangerous. Wait! Gumshoe? Is everyone okay in here, Mr. Wright? Oh, damn it. I should have known it was Emma. I got my hopes up. I knew he wasn't in this game, but I was like... Emma? I'm sorry for all the commotion. So what in the world is going on? Well, they raced on over as soon as I heard that... as soon as I heard that it was Mr. Butts who'd holed himself up in here. With the murder suspect after he made off with her. And the fleet of patrol cars? The police are being extra careful. Because apparently, a certain somebody yelled out, "Stay back, I have a bomb!" I'm sure you can guess who I'm talking about. Well, the police are being so persistent, and I had to do something, so I tried bluffing. You know, like you do in court, Nick. Please leave me out of this. Well, Mr. Wright, I'm bringing this young lady in for questioning. So if you want to talk with her, you'll have to do it down at the detention center. I suppose I should thank you for your thoughtful gift of trouble and mayhem, Larry. Come on, Nick. We gotta get down to the detention center right away. Listen, Larry. I haven't even decided whether I'm going to take on this case or not. But I know you will, because it's you. Guess I've got no choice but to tag along and help then. What? And skip out on me? We've only just started practicing your repertoire, you know. Huh? You'd better stay and practice with Trucy, Athena. A promise is a promise, after all. That's cold, boss. You've got to get me out of this. I can't take it anymore. Hi, Eric. You goober lad, me boy. How do you be? You be good. How about you? How's it going? Let's get practicing, Athena. Next up is some training for the water tank escape trick. Stick your head in this bucket of water and hold your breath for 15 minutes. No! Stop! I'm begging you! Run, Athena. Ah, she's getting away! You get back here, Athena! Holy shit, there's a lot of Ace Attorney games, aren't there? There are. There's... So there's 6 main games. Then there's 2 prequels. Then there's 2 midquels, one of which was never released in the US, so I had to play a fan translation. And then there's a Professor Layton crossover game. So there's 11 games in total. This is game number 10 out of 11 for me. I guess the only person cut out to be Trucy's assistant is Apollo. Well, guess we better get to the detention center and ask Miss Wyatt some questions. Doing alright, move back to the area after some stuff. Just working, getting money as usual. I'm not allowed to stream at your dad's. Oh, I'm sorry, that sucks. But welcome back to the area. I'm here. Good old here, USA. I almost said where we live out loud. That would not have been great. Especially about the whole time traveling business she was talking about. Isn't it great living with your parents? Just a real blast. Oh, it's you, Mr. Wright. Miss Wyatt, would you mind if I asked you a few questions? Nick is gonna defend you, Ellie. Isn't that great? Larry, I told you I haven't decided yet. What? What? Oh, she looks like Princess Peach. You're not going to take my case? Duck's word. I'm never gonna be happy. Miss Wyatt? What the? Did I do something wrong? Wah! Miss Wyatt, please calm down. I'm innocent, I tell you. But the police won't believe me. And neither will anyone else. I'm gonna die all alone in a jail cell. Girly Pop, what happened? All right, I'll do it. I'll take your case, just stop crying. Really? You will? The fact that Larry was the one who brought you to me had me a little worried, but you don't seem like a killer to me. Oh, thank you. Ah. Honey, why do you have a frying pan with you, sweetheart? Thanks, Nick. I knew you'd come through. Did I really have a choice? I guess not. In any case, it doesn't seem like Miss Wyatt killed anybody. Plus, it's not like I'm up to my ears in work at the moment. A drying pan for her tears. Miss Wyatt, Ellen, let's do this together. Wow! Thank you, Mr. Wright. There. It's going to be okay. Now try to pull yourself together. Alright, just give me a moment. Oh, honey. I need a tissue or a veil made out of tissues. Alright, girly. Good job. I'm truly grateful for you for taking on my defense, Mr. Wright. Sure. No problem. Wow, she literally pulled herself together. When you cry. When you cry when Ace Attorney's all over. Yeah, I'm gonna be real emotional. Okay, girly. Ellen, please tell me everything you can about the incident. Alright. It happened after the wedding reception. I was attacked by Mr. Gloomsbury. Wasn't Gloomsbury the name of the victim in that news report? Maybe I should listen to what she has to say first, though, before I start asking questions. Yeah, good idea, Phoenix. Let her yap. How dare that guy lay a hand on somebody else's blushing bride? What a creep! That's rich, coming from you. Do you have any idea why he'd attack you? I love these two idiots. Just fucking. Phoenix is a bad friend, but like... No, but... But what? Well, to tell the truth, Mr. Gloomsbury didn't seem very happy about me getting married. Geez, jealous much? What a loser. Mr. Gloomsbury had forced me onto the Vista deck and was going to push me off. Oh, how frightening it all was. I was just about to lose my life on what should have been the happiest day of my life. So that's why I made a wish upon this pendant. That pendant? Yes, it was a gift from my husband-to-be, Soren. We're soaring, flying. There's not a star in heaven that we can't reach. Anyway. He said it's a symbol of our love. So you made a wish on it. I cracked myself up. Anyway. You may think what I'm about to say is very strange, but I begged the pendant, please take me back to that blissful moment. And you know what? It worked. It brought me back to just before the reception started. So that's what the time traveling thing you mentioned. So that's the time traveling thing you mentioned back in my office. I'm sorry, but I have to say, it's pretty. What are you doing? What are you doing, Eric? It's pretty unbelievable. Please, girl, we can't do this again. Honey, it's gonna be okay. I knew you'd never believe me. Nick, Ellie here is an honest-to-goodness time traveler. Who is texting me? My family. Hot mini pic, fresh off the presses. I'm just gonna make this my my camera picture. Being an American. That Goose Game? I love the Goose Game. I gotta play that again at some point. I need to get Boy to play it with me. BB. Don't you believe your own client? What a great date. Just fucking up a town together as gooses. Geeses? Gooses. Gosling. That's baby goose. Anyway. Magic that pendant. Sent her back in time before the creep could kill her. You're on 1%? Oh gosh. A dangerous game you are playing. Sure, Larry. Sure. But it's really true, I tell you. This pendant is an important part of the time machine Soren made. I begged for it. It really did send me back in time. Or I begged it for help. You shall be here till the darkness consumes you. Is she listening to herself? I even experienced the reception again, even though we already held it once before. And during it, everyone there acted as if nothing unusual was happening at all. Could you not cook while we're talking, please? Alright, so when and how did you come under suspicion for murder? Well, after the reception ended, the second reception, I mean, I went back to the reception hall and started cleaning up the place by myself. Why were you cleaning up your reception hall by yourself on your wedding day? Oh, hold on. Cleaning? Thank you, Phoenix. Why were you cleaning on your own wedding day? For my last task as a servant of the Sprocket household, I offered to take on the preparation and cleanup of the reception banquet. Girl, I see. I started to move one of the decorative lanterns in the room, but it was so heavy I lost control of it, causing it to topple over and break open. That's when I saw Mr. Gloomsbury's dead body inside the lantern. So you simply happened to be the first to discover the body, right? That's right, I just came across it by accident. I became confused and I didn't know what to do. That's when some of my in-laws saw me and jumped to the conclusion that I had killed him. So this Gloomsbury guy tried to kill Ellen, but then wound up dead himself after Ellen traveled back in time? A time machine and a magic pendant. How could any of this be possible? Okay. Ellie, why don't you tell Nick about that other thing too? About that shadowy figure you saw when you were being attacked. Oh, good job. If they learn that we can shapeshift, they're going to tell the church. don't know why that just popped into my head. She's got a spoon. Give her some some grace. She's got a big fucking spoon. Yes, good idea, Larry. So you and Larry here were never planning on getting married, right? That's right. We've only had a few brief interactions, so I can't say I know him at all. Oh, Ellie, how can you say that? You and me are bound by fate, I'm telling you. We're meant to be together. You ever sharpened a spoon? I have not. I'm sure it's possible, though. Why are you sharpening spoons? You're wrong, Larry. I've never been so right, baby. It's as plain as the goatee on my chin. Larry, can you shut the fuck up? Larry, don't make me send you to timeout. Phoenix and I are on the same page right now. Middle school is a fun time. Oh boy. Oh boy, Cody. Now, can you tell me about the groom, Ellen? What was he like? What's he like? Oh, now you have an iron? His name is Soren Sprocket. Oh, he's the most wonderful man. He is truly my destiny. Did you say Soren Sprocket? As in... That's right, the next president of Sprocket Aviation. Wait, he's in line to take over the company? Did she just have that in her wedding dress? He's nothing but a rich, spoiled brat. I'm clearly the better choice. Clearly, Larry. Shut the fuck up. Larry, you and Soren are as different as night and day. There's no comparison. Ellie, you're breaking my achy, breaky heart. So she's marrying into money, huh? I can't believe Soren chose me, a simple house servant. He's my knight in shining armor, my prince. Oh, my Soren. One of the D&D characters, Stainless Stone Pizza Specialist. I mean, it gives me Rapunzel vibes, which delights me. So what's the shadowy figure you saw, Ellen? It was when Mr. Gloomsbury was attacking me. Right after I made a wish upon this pendant, I started to pass out. But just then, just as I lost consciousness, I saw somebody strike Mr. Gloomsbury from behind. You did? Then that person must be the true culprit. Did you see who it was? I'm afraid not. Have you told anybody else about this? I told some of my in-laws, but nobody took me seriously. They said it was all just a dream. Can't exactly say I blame them. I mean, time travel? Larry, for my peace of mind, please tell me that figure wasn't you. Of course it wasn't! Alright, Larry. You're gonna bust a blood vessel in your eye. I guess I've asked her all I can for now. Spick and span, spick and span! Ellen, what are you doing? I want to make everything clean and beautiful for when Soren comes. I can't have my future hubby come into a dirty room now, can I? It has to be spotless, just like this white dress. Spick and span, spick and span! Let's hope we can wipe away all suspicion from you, too. Nick, we better get to the crime scene right away. What, you're coming too? Of course I am! If I solve the crime and reveal the true killer with my super sleuthing skills, Ellie might change her mind about me, you know? You never get the message, do you, Larry? Next stop, the mooring dock in Sprocket Park. Come on, Nick, let's go! Alright, sure. Larry, you are a mess. I don't know why I thought any differently. I don't know why I thought you would be any different. Flying Chapel, good lord. So this is Sprocket Park, but where's the reception hall? Dude. The reception hall? Oh, that's... Wow, looky there. What is it? I just spotted me a cute mamacita. Don't wait up, Nick. Hold on, where's the reception hall? Sorry, Nick, a man's gotta stop and smell the roses when they appear. Larry Butts. I am an artist after all. Oh, miss, yoo-hoo! Larry Butts. Ugh, I thought he was going to take me to the crime scene. I mean, Phoenix, I think we can guess. I'm sure he'll come slinking back when he inevitably gets rejected. Wow, I really can't. I'll just take a quick look around until then. Yeah, I want to see what's happening with this thing. Wow, this thing's really banged up. Looking at the side, they say it got damaged by heavy winds yesterday. A big gust sent that bench flying into it. Well, that's what they're saying anyway. I see. The wind caused that? More like a tornado. The repair guy was saying, don't touch it, it's dangerous. I see. Thanks for the heads up. Poor guy, looks like it was a lot of work. So this bench hit that sign, huh? Hopefully it didn't hit a person too. That would be a catastrophe. I guess from now on, whenever I'm walking around outside, I'd better be on the lookout for unidentified flying furniture too. Okay, there's a lot coming on. Wow, that airship is huge! Oops, didn't mean to say that out loud. I've only ever seen airships like this up in the sky, but I gotta say, they're mighty impressive when you can see them up close like this. Hey, sorry about that. I actually thought you'd be back sooner. Didn't work out, huh? Lay off, man. I wasn't on my game today. So, now that you're done, do you mind telling me where the reception hall is already? Well, what do you mean? It's right there in front of you. Huh? Right in front of... Wait, what's that say? Flying Chapel? Do you mean to tell me? Yep, Ellie's reception was on that airship. Whoa, a sky-high reception hall. Yep, and that's where you'll find the crime scene. Man, not only does that airship fly through the sky, but the space-time continuum, too. But the happy couple's honeymoon got left far behind when it made that time skip, though. Here, check the airship out for yourself with this pamphlet. By the way, I figured you could use some backup, so I called in some help for you. You did? Yep, should be here any minute now. Edgeworth? That sounds like Edgeworth's sports car. Larry, did you call my boyfriend? It's his car! That's Red's sports car. Larry, don't tell me you called. You know it, buddy. I trust you've been well, right? Oh, what the fuck? Surprise! Now admit it. That was a pretty good Mr. Edgeworth impression, wasn't it? Maya, what are you doing here? I can't believe I got juked out. I'm so upset. You mean we're not gonna hang out with our boyfriend? A catastrophe. Larry called me up. He said something about it finally being time for him to tie the old knot. But that's funny. I'm pretty sure he mentioned something about being here with his bride. Yeah, Maya can drive? Question mark. Maya, I know this is sudden, but please marry me. Nick, what's Larry talking about? He was dumped by his bride. Well, by his imaginary bride, anyway. Wow, poor Larry. That's a new low, even for him. But hey, imaginary girlfriends never hurt anyone, right? More power to him. This is Maya Fey. She's been abroad for her training as a spirit medium, but now that her training is over, she's back home in the States. That's right, the new and improved Maya Fey is on the scene. Spirit and girl power at the ready. Look at you, Maya, all grown up and as cute as ever. Back the fuck up, Larry. Oh, you know what? I just realized something. If I ever got married, I'd miss out on all the fun of always meeting somebody new. Get away from her. I mean, the age gap's not that big, but get away from her. Larry, you're really on my last straw. I love you, Carly. I see you haven't changed a bit, Larry. Is Edgeworth actually here? Thank God. Edgeworth. Edgeworth. I figured that car belonged to you. Okay. So Maya can't drive. Edgeworth drove her. But when did you become Maya's chauffeur? It's nothing like that. I just happened to run into her en route and picked her up. And by run into her, I mean she jumped out in front of my car. I nearly ran her down. The two of them are BFFs. Maya and Edgeworth bond over Steel Samurai. This is Miles Edgeworth. He's a friend of mine and the district's chief prosecutor. I heard he's been busy lately. Definitely just heard it through the grapevine. He's definitely not busy with me. So what brings you here? Wait, don't tell me Larry called you up too. He did. However, I have business of my own here at the crime scene. Business? What kind of business? That's the wrong thing. Just so you know, right, I'm the lead prosecutor on this case. What? You? Yes. It appears we'll be standing on opposite ends of the battlefield this time around. So I'll be up against Edgeworth tomorrow. But I don't get it, Edgeworth. What about this case warrants the personal attention of the district's chief prosecutor? It's a bit complicated, to say the least. In what way? The groom is a member of the Sprockets, a family with immense influence. If his bride were to stand trial in court, it would sully the Sprocket name. So they tried to apply some pressure on the prosecutor's office. Pressure to settle it amicably, right? What do you mean, settle it amicably? It means that they're trying to sweep this whole thing under the rug. Wow, Sprocket Aviation really has that much clout? Yes, they have especially strong ties in both the political and the judicial worlds, to the point where no one dares to oppose them. Don't tell me that includes you. Don't be ridiculous, right? It's quite the opposite. The prosecutor's office is filled with cowards, as I found out. Every last one of my subordinates was loath to prosecute a Sprocket. So that's why you decided to take on the case yourself, right? That's right. I will personally see to it that justice is served. I always prosecute to the utmost of my abilities, regardless of who I'm up against. For that is part of my creed. Miles... Millsworth? Millsworth felt like a fridge. I'm calling him that exclusively from now on. Nothing and no one can sway me from that. Not even the almighty Sprockets. Right. They think they can use their influence to bend the truth. They have another thing coming. You know what, I almost feel sorry for them. They were only trying to protect their interests, but all they got instead was you. Edgy, come on, man! How can you prosecute my poor sweet Ellie? What kind of heartless jerk are you? General Mills. Milfsworth? Oh my god. We just have a great list of names building up for this man. I'm simply doing my job. And I'm warning you, right? I won't hold back, not for you or anyone else. Look at that determined face. Oh my god. I wonder if he's in Layton. I don't think so. I think it's just Maya and Phoenix. I know that they do baking stuff. I've seen things of them in aprons. Thanks for the warning, your righteousness. Nope. Fuck. So, how's it going, Mr. Chief Prosecutor? Busy as always, I presume? Of course, unlike somebody who has too few clients and too much time on his hands. Guess that explains why your brow is more furrowed than the last time I saw you. This morning. Maybe you should learn to relax a little, Edgeworth. Nice try, right? But as always, I have no intention of showing anyone any mercy, including you. As inflexible as ever, I see. Besides, I think I've mellowed out a bit with age. So, if anything, those furrows should have smoothed out a little as well. I love this face he's making. I like a 3/4 view Phoenix. Phoenix? A 3/4 view Miles. He looks less like a refrigerator. Honestly, Edgeworth, are you really that blind to yourself? Excuse me? He's really self-conscious about those lines, isn't he? Edgeworth, about this incident. Don't forget, right, I'm the prosecutor for this case. Need I remind you that I'm not in the habit of sharing information with my adversaries. No, I guess we are adversaries for now. And you, Larry. Me? I'd like you to come with me. You have a lot to answer for after that little stunt you pulled with the suspect. But Edgy, we're old pals, aren't we? Personal appeals won't work on me, Larry. Now come along. Nick, help me out here! As you now have alcohol in your system. Should you ask Cody a research question? I consider OC's probably not that weird. I think you should, Carly. That was a wild conversation to wake up to this morning and read, like, first thing. I'm excited that you used my anecdote, though. I'm so excited to see whatever the fuck you're making right now. I can inference, but I'm so excited to finally see it. Is it just me, or is Mr. Edgeworth as relentless as ever? Yeah, I guess some things never change. So much for mellowing out. Well, Nick, we'd better hop to it. We'd better hop to it, too. Hop to what? Investigating the crime scene, of course. What else? It's been a long time since you and I teamed up like this. It's going to be fun. Fun, huh? It has been a long time, though, since we were last together like this. Alright, to the crime scene, then. Yeah, and away we go. Alright. Let's go. I'm so happy to have Maya here. So happy to have seen Edgeworth. Sort of happy to see Larry. The gang's all here except for fucking Apollo in his own goddamn game. Anyway, so this is the reception hall. According to the pamphlet, we're right here. Yikes, we're pretty high up, but at least we're indoors, so it doesn't seem so bad. Oh, look, Nick, it's Emma. Hey, Emma, over here. Mr. Wright, Maya. Does this mean you've taken the case? Yeah, that's how things kind of turned out. So do you mind if we take a look around? Be my guest. We've pretty much wrapped up our investigation, so go right ahead. Now's a good chance to find out more about the case from Emma, too. Alright, I'll talk to her first. Edgeworth wouldn't tell us anything about this case. So, do you think you could give us a rundown? Well, seeing as he's going to be prosecuting, I'd expect him to be tight-lipped about it. Me, doing research, also be sweating profusely. I would also be sweating profusely. The incident occurred yesterday on September 20th. It happened after the wedding reception, which lasted from 10 p.m. to 10 p.m. Did I watch Bridgerton? I don't watch Bridgerton. I've been seeing bits and pieces about it, but I don't watch that show. 7 p.m. to 10 p.m., huh? Got it. By the way, you didn't hear about any time traveling or anything, did you? Time traveling? What do you mean? Oh, nothing. Forget it. That's pretty much the response I expected. The victim's name is Dumas Gloomsbury. He was a servant in the Sprocket family household. Ellen was a maid for that family as well, so that means the two of them were co-workers. Yes, they apparently knew each other. Mr. Gloomsbury was the lead servant after all. He was very serious about his work, but he was also a very closed and private man. So the other servants called him Mr. Doom and Gloom behind his back. If he was the lead servant, he must have been higher ranked than Ellen. What makes the police think Ellen killed this man, a guy who was essentially her boss? We don't know the defendant's motive yet, but the circumstances surrounding the discovery of the body don't bode well for her. And what circumstances are these exactly? Well, some of her in-laws saw what looked like the immediate aftermath of the murder. The suspect was standing in front of the body with the murder weapon still in her hands. But why would a bride, who was just about to start a happy new life, kill someone? Do the police have an explanation for that? Yeah, about that. They believe the victim attacked the suspect and was killed when she fought back. But why would he attack her to begin with? Well, a mere servant girl was going to suddenly be the wife of the future president. Mr. Gloomsbury must have been more than just a little jealous of her. So, this Mr. Gloom and Doom attacked Ellen first? But if she was only trying to protect herself, wouldn't that count as justified self-defense on her part, Nick? It would. There's a good chance she'd be acquitted if we could prove that, but I wonder what Edgeworth will have up his sleeve to counter that claim. But wow, a servant girl marrying the future president of such a huge company. It sounds like a modern-day fairy tale. It does, doesn't it? The thing is, not everyone was on board with their union, apparently. So, what was the murder weapon, Emma? This clock with a secret mechanism built into it was on display here in the reception hall. The suspect was holding it when the murder was discovered. So, the victim was clubbed to death with this, huh? But that's funny, there's no blood on it as far as I can tell. Maybe it was wiped off in an attempt to tamper with the evidence? But there was definitely a luminol reaction, and it matches up with the shape of the injury, so it's gotta be the murder weapon. What a funny-looking clock. They call it the Timekeeper. The idea is that it's a time machine. Every time the couple sees it, it'll bring them back to the memory of their wedding day. A time machine, huh? Come to think of it, Ellen said her pendant was a part of a time machine. I wonder how the secret mechanism in this thing works. The suspect never had any family or relatives to depend on, so she was working as a live-in maid for the Sprocket family to support herself. So the maid with no family or fortune was set to marry the president's son, huh? I guess it's not surprising that ruffled a feather or two. Yes, apparently the groom's parents and all of his other relatives were strongly opposed, but that didn't stop the young couple from deciding to go ahead with their wedding. Love flourishes in the face of adversity. Oh, is that how it works? Yup, if you ever have any questions about love, just ask me. I'm a qualified expert. I spend all my spare time in Korea watching soap operas on TV. I'm not sure that's enough to make you a qualified anything, Maya. Oh, and by the way, I heard the suspect faced her fair share of harassment, too. From the sound of it, it got pretty ugly for her. So even though this incident could cause a huge scandal for the company, it might be a boon for those who oppose their marriage to begin with. After all, with Ellen's arrest and everything, the marriage is most definitely off now. Alright, let's investigate the room. Let's start with this big boy. This must be the lantern the body was found in. Ellen managed to move it quite a ways. Looks like a cow. It's pretty badly broken. That's not a cow, Nick. That's Pegasus, the flying horse. No way, that's definitely a cow. It's got horns and everything. But look, it has wings. Cows don't have wings. So it's a Pegasus, I tell you. Oh, I know. That pamphlet should tell us. Let's see. Apparently it's called a pegamoo. I did not see that coming. Yet somehow the name really captures the essence of what this creature is, you know? Huh? That's strange. What is it? Well, this pegamoo is definitely a male pegabull, right? Yeah, I'd say so, what with the horns and all. Okay, well, that pegamoo over there is also a pegabull. But take a look at the pamphlet. See, the one on the right says pegabull, but the other one says pegacow, a female pegamoo. What am I saying? Right. The pamphlet goes on to say how they have pegamoos for the happy couple. So for Ellen's ceremony, there should have been a male and female pair of pegamoos. But for some reason, there are two males here. Maybe somebody made a mistake when they were setting up the room. It's hard to believe a fancy place like this would make that kind of blunder, though. Okay. In any case, we better check this thing out. Let's start with this thing. Did this come from the lantern? Ugh, it's covered in blood. Maybe it got on there when the killer was putting the body in the lantern. Can you imagine going to open a door and finding the knob covered with blood? That'd be bloody awful, to say the least. Okay, Phoenix. Hey, what's this? Grab Ellen when convenient, then send her off from the Vista deck. Oh, let me take a look. Grab Ellen when convenient, then send her off from the Vista deck. It looks like a note outlining the murder plot. Whoever wrote it has better handwriting than me, but it looks like they wrote it in a rush. And... whoop. Whoever wrote it had better handwriting than me, but it looks like they wrote in a rush. And why do you say that? Because the writing is only smudged starting from the middle of each line. That happens when a right-handed person with a slight hook writes in a hurry. I do it sometimes myself when I'm not paying attention to where my hand is on the page. I guess I'll take your word on that, Miss Bad Handwriting Expert. Hey, even I don't smudge my handwriting this badly. Alright. Let's get back to the note. That note was apparently written by the victim. But why would he feel the need to write instructions to himself like this? Are you sure the victim wrote it? I sometimes write a note to myself before I go shopping. Potatoes, carrots, onions, flour. Maya, are you craving curry rice or something? Whoops! So, Emma, where's this Vista deck the note mentions? It's that heliport you see right outside the window over there. So we planned on pushing Ellen off from there? What a monster. Okay. What do you think this is, Maya? Reminds me of the fucking blue badger. Looks like a flower petal to me. What an unusual shape for a flower petal. Do you suppose it's from one of the flowers here in the reception hall? No, I don't see a single flower like this at any of the tables. I wonder where it came from. So this is where the body was found. And the first person to find it was Ellen. Emma, what can you tell me about the condition of the body when it was found? Let's see. The victim was apparently hit on the back of the head. There's a photo of the crime scene as we found it. I guess that about does it for this lantern. Okay. Sure. Alright. This is the sweetheart table where the bride and groom sit. Where they gorge themselves on the wedding feast, you mean? I'd be too nervous to eat in front of a bunch of guests like this, though. They say that newlyweds are usually really busy during the reception, you know. They have to greet and talk with all the guests that came to give their blessings. They don't actually get all that much time to enjoy their dinner. Oh, I wouldn't be able to stand that. I can't imagine having a huge feast right in front of me and not being able to eat it. They say brides tend to have an especially hard time because of their wedding dresses. With those tight corsets squeezing their waist, they can barely eat a bite. Can I confirm or deny? How many weddings have I been to? 4. I was in a wedding when I was a child. I was a flower girl. Then I was at my uncle and aunt's wedding when I was in like high school. And then the wedding I was in last summer. And then I guess it was the year before that I went with my mom to her cousin's daughter's wedding because my dad got COVID and couldn't go with her. So I went to that. Oh, and then the wedding I crashed for Maya's brother. So I've been to 5 weddings. How many have you been to? Seems like wedding receptions are absolute torture. I guess food still wins out over romance in Maya's book. 0! You'll go to a wedding at some point. So that's the Vista deck out there. Bet the view is amazing. One day hopefully you'll be at my wedding. You're going to a reception next weekend? Because they got stately married. That's fun though. The reception's the best part of the wedding. Get the food, the dancing, hanging out. It's a good time. One day. I'm not even thinking about that right now, but I'm obviously not thinking about that right now, but one day you'll get an invitation to my wedding for sure. I guess it must kind of freak you out, huh, Nick? Yeah, kinda. Mostly because there's no surviving a fall from way up here. This must be where the time machine was placed. I can't believe that such a beautiful memento is used for murder. It's just awful. Nick, you have to prove Ellen's innocence no matter what it takes. I agree. We can't let this go down as the saddest flying winter reception in history. I think that about does it for this area. Good to know. Peggable. Wow, look at the horns on this flying bovine. He must be a bull. Seems he made it through the ceremony in one piece. By the looks of those wheels, I bet he can be rolled around rather easily too. Yeah, I bet it would be quite a hassle if you had to lift and carry him everywhere. And this is what the backside looks like. What's that by the bottom of his tail? A wheel handle? Oh, I get it. This way they can get inside to change the light bulbs. See, they left the wheel handle on the inside unpainted. Guess they figured nobody will see it, so why bother? Makes sense to cut costs where you can. Well, overall, I can't say I see anything strange about this thing. Okay. A model airplane, the perfect decoration for an airline company wedding. And a propeller plane like this lends the room a great old-timey feel. Oh, I'd love to see the Steel Samurai fly a plane like this. Can you picture it? The Steel Samurai zipping through the clouds over Neo Tokyo. If Sprocket Aviation ever became a sponsor of the show, I could see it happening. Why didn't I think of that? I think I'll go suggest the idea to them later. Please at least wait until after the trial is over. It's a hot air balloon, a symbol of humanity's ambition to take to the skies. It's kind of a romantic notion, don't you think? Yeah, but I just noticed that it doesn't seem to be tied up to the ceiling at all that well. I'm sure it's fine. Please don't let it fall on my head. Fog machine for the reception. Pretty cool, huh? Don't you dare touch it. Aw, spoil sport. That's because I know how you operate. Larry. Looks like a business card wallet. I wonder whose it is. That face looks awfully familiar. Yes. Yes, it does. I guess I'll bring it to him later. Okay. Get a look at that huge set of doors. I bet all sorts of things come and go through there. Like an elephant. I'm pretty sure it's just the bride and groom. This is a banquet hall, not a circus. That's one big partition screen. Industrial size, even. I bet it'd cause an industrial size mess if it fell over. And that's why you're not allowed to touch it, Maya. What? And then who's going to test how stable it is? Just leave it alone, please. I love them. I love them so much. They are the definition of siblings. The fog machine. I wonder if they use it during the reception. Ooh! Hey, Nick, go stand over there for a sec. Why? Just because, now go! Alright. I got a bad feeling about this. Fogbuster 9000 on! Maya, no! Huh? Aw, nothing happened. Looks like it won't work without some dry ice. Darn it, all I wanted to do was surround you in a thick cloud of smoke. Okay. Well, I guess that just about does it for the crime scene. Hey, Nick. I want to see the rest of the airship. We might as well since we're here. True. We might even run into some of the other people involved in the case. Oh, hi. Are you the husband? The hubsband? Nick, how long has that guy been standing there? I didn't even notice him until just now. Excuse me, are you with Sprocket Aviation? Okay. Huh? Nick, you wrote something on that paper airplane! I guess we're supposed to read it then? Let's see here. Get out, intruders. Well, that was a rather cold welcome. Mr. Wright, Maya, meet the lone son of the president of Sprocket Aviation, Soren Sprocket. Or, to put it another way, the future president of Sprocket Aviation. So he's Ellen's fiance. Oh, there he goes. He is kind of an eccentric. I hear he's the genius inventor behind many of Sprocket Aviation's business successes. An inventor, huh? Yep, he even designed this airship. That's pretty impressive. Nick, this is no time to be standing around gawking. We have to go after him. We need to ask him some questions about Ellen. Oh, right. Looked like he was heading outside. Okay. Outside. There he is. Excuse me, could we talk to you? Excuse me? Do you mind if I ask what you're doing? He sure is writing up a storm. It is possible. If an enormous change in mass, when theoretically matter can retain its form, even if it crosses the event horizon. Let's just see what he has to say about Ellen. Excuse me, but we'll be representing Ellen in court tomorrow, so could we ask you about the case? Okay. Ow! What the? Not interested? Not interested? How can you say something like that? This is about your fiancée. She's under arrest, you know. Soren is cute, but what the fuck is going on? The diameter of the airship is approximately 80 feet. The amount of energy necessary to move matter comprised of that amount of mass is... He's off in his own little world. I can't believe he said he was not interested in talking about his own bride's arrest. We'll just have to talk on his level then, with something he might be interested in. Okay. That was just my guess. What are you showing me that for? I don't know what voice to give him. He's like a nerd, but I don't want to give him my nerd voice. And the voice I was giving him is too much like... like Edgeworth. I don't know what voice to give him. What are you showing me that for? No, that's Larry. I'm not a voice actor, guys. Did you know that? Did you tell I wasn't a voice actor? Just default. Yeah, I don't know. What are you showing me that for? This is kind of Simon, but it's okay. Mr. Sprocket. I can't read him at all. Not even with an item as loaded with sentiments as this. Okay. Could you take a look at this? Is that Ellen's? Ellen told us that she traveled through time during the incident. She said it happened after she made a wish on this pendant. You mean to say you two were Ellen's lawyers? Yes, I just told you that a minute ago. Sorry, I was lost in thought. He wasn't even listening? Oh boy. He's not at all what I expected, based on Ellen's gushing testimonial anyway. Alright. We'd like to ask you about Ellen's case, if you don't mind. I don't know a thing about it, so why don't you go ask the police? In other words, not interested. This guy's the worst! Now I feel sorry for poor Ellen. In that case, can I ask you about how Ellen traveled through time? Go on. I guess that got your attention. So, is time travel really even possible? Yes, it is possible. Alrighty then, this man is autistic. for one thing, and that's time travel. It's his special interest. At the same time, it's also impossible. The pendant I gave Ellen is not supposed to operate as a time machine by itself. What do you mean? Timekeeper, that clock we had displayed in the reception hall. That is the body of the time machine. The pendant is simply a part. That clock was the murder weapon, wasn't it? But it's a time machine too? What Ellen experienced is akin to traveling down a road by car key. Physically and metaphorically, it should be impossible. Unless, maybe the quantum system inside the pendant somehow accidentally interfered with the natural flow of the fourth dimension. We're losing him again. Maybe we better ask him some more about the time machine. So you've been researching time travel, have you? Moving through the space-time continuum would be man's ultimate means of travel. Time travel is a mode of transportation. Since the dawn of time, man has developed multifarious methods of transportation. Excuse me. Horses, steam engines, gas engines, airplanes, spaceships. But they are all fundamentally similar in that they can constitute three-dimensional movement. Travel through space-time continuum will shift mankind into a new paradigm. I don't know why, Nick, but I'm getting awfully sleepy all of a sudden. Regeneration, Sprocket Aviation has advanced the development of transportation. Therefore, it's only natural that I would research time travel as man's next great leap. Ugh. Oh, is he done? So what exactly does all that stuff he was saying mean, Nick? Well, basically it's like taking a hamburger joint and adding a drive-through to it, I guess. Oh, I get it. It's the same burger, but with a quicker and more efficient delivery system. So what Soren really wants to do is launch humanity into the future. Launch, not lunch. But do you really believe that time travel is possible? It only becomes truly impossible when man stops daring to believe. Besides, time travelers do exist, you know, but you wouldn't understand. Do you hear that, Nick? Time travelers really do exist. All I know is Soren isn't the easiest guy to wrap your head around. Oh, I don't know. I kind of like the way he talks. It's full of hope for the future. He's more passionate than I thought, too, when it comes to inventions anyway. Yeah, his apparent lack of concern for Ellen is troubling, though. So, I hear that the rest of the Sprocket family was opposed to your marriage. What are your thoughts on that? Master Soren. Sephiroth? It is time for the meeting on our next term's project. What is this? Daydreaming about your inventions again? Tut tut. You are the future president. You must consider the business side too. Oh? It is I. I found Soren. Send the car over at once. I'm not interested. Oh, Master Soren, you do give me quite the headache at times. In any case, your attendant is waiting. Please go to him now. Excuse me, but who are you? Oh, where are my manners? My name is Pierce Nickety. Nickety? Call me Pierce. I am the Sprocket family butler. Nick, a butler! I didn't know they actually still existed. I thought they were just on TV and stuff. Best movie ever? Bob the Butler. Anybody else remember that movie? My sister and I were obsessed with that movie. And who might you be, if you don't mind my asking? Oh, I'm Phoenix Wright, Ellen Wyatt's lawyer. And I'm his assistant, Maya Fey. I'm a spirit medium. Oh, so it is you. I'm most grateful for you for taking on Miss Ellen's defense. You have my sincerest thanks. Don't mention it. Never heard of it? It's an insane movie about a man who can't keep down a job, and so he goes to butler school to become a butler. Barely passes, and he gets assigned with a family, and chaos ensues. So, hey, speaking of the case... Oh, one moment, please. Just got inside from taking the pups out before a storm. Who is the pauldron-wearing goober? Pierce Nickety, I think is his last name. Okay, he hasn't been added to our record yet. Wow, what a beautiful pocket watch. Oh, this is just a bit of good luck charm. Bit of a good luck charm. That's one expensive good luck charm. Yeah, I think it's persnickety. But I guess it makes sense, knowing the time is pretty important in his line of work. So I guess that pocket watch is as important to him as my attorney's badge is to me. Yeah, he's sus. Steampunk man is sus. There's a little time before I must attend to Master Soren again. Why not come to Sprocket Manor? Huh? You mean to Soren's home? As a token of appreciation for taking on Miss Ellen's defense, I would like to serve you some delicious tea and refreshments. Oh boy, Nick! A fancy high society tea party with high-class snacks and everything. And what about the investigation? Are you kidding? What better place to investigate next than Soren's house? I don't know. Do you really think his house is going to give us any new leads? Of course it will! I say we take the butler up on his kind offer and go to Soren's place. Alright, you win. Very good. To Sprocket Manor, then. At least sounds like an accomplice. Yeah. Cody, have you heard of the movie Bob the Butler? Who in the hell are all these people? Wow, this place does not disappoint. Oh, I'm so excited. It's on the floor. Whoa, slow down, Maya. The mansion isn't going anywhere. No, then we won't have to worry about anyone untoward eavesdropping here. I take it you wanted to ask me some questions. Huh? That's why you invited us here? Sorry to have tricked you like this, but this is a murder after all. I couldn't talk openly about it in public and risk sullying the Sprocket family's reputation. The name sounds familiar, but I can't say I've ever seen it. Who let you watch the guy who made Freddy got fingered? What is Freddy got fingered? Oh shit, Tom Green, I was born in his count. I read that as country first, and I was like, this country? Aw, and I was really looking forward to all those fancy snacks, too. There, Maya. Don't cry. This Pierce guy is one shrewd man. Hey, Nick, look at that cute vintage radio. Radio? Oh, that thing over there under the stained bull's head. I'm gonna take a closer look. Maya Fey. I told you to settle down. I thought I told you to settle down. I'm sorry. Not to worry. Okay. Wow, that little mech fixed it right up. I'm not only the butler, but I'm also Sprocket Aviation's repair department director. One might say that patching things up is my specialty. That was incredible! What is that little doohickey on your shoulder anyway? It's my fixer-up shoulder mech. Master Soren made it for me. There's too many features and functions to effectively enumerate at the moment, though. That's so cool! I wish I had one of those! Fixing things is a simple matter, but fixing people is a different matter. Even a skilled physician can't bring back the dead. I've never seen anything about it, I just know people talk about it. I've seen Freddy Got Fingered in censored and uncensored versions. I've never even heard of it. Who let you... Oh, but forgive me. I seem to have gotten sidetracked. You must be in shock over Mr. Gloomsbury's death. Still, I do need to ask him some questions about the case. I should take a look around and see what I can find out while I'm here, too. Yeah, I would like to examine a bunch of shit. Hey, Nick! Now here's a real lady. She looks smart as a whip, doesn't she? I wonder who she is. We didn't see her on the airship. His mom, I would guess. This is Selena Sprocket. This is Selena Sprocket, Soren's elder sister. Okay, not mom. It's a very raunchy adult film. Okay, good to know. You might have been an infant. About later than I thought. I would have been 4. So, not quite an infant, but still pretty young. Beautiful and capable. She was a great lady. Soren's sister. I think I see the resemblance. Maybe I'll show Pierce this photo later and ask him about her. Let's see what's on the floor here. Excuse me, but there's a card here on the floor. Oh, look at that. It's a Flying Chapel key card. Flying Chapel? What areas on the Flying Chapel require a key card, if I may ask? Mostly areas we want to keep the public out of, such as the staff room and the hold, chock full of machinery. So you can't enter those areas without a key card. That's right. This one here belongs to Ellen. Wait, what's Ellen's key card doing here? Did Ellen come back here after the incident occurred? I don't believe so, and she was arrested by the police straight away this morning. Although there was a strange man with a gaudy jacket in here earlier. Was that man wearing a beret by any chance? Yes, he was, as a matter of fact. He was also wearing sunglasses and a fake mustache. Larry. Dumbass. What's Chucky at for? Don't discount anybody seeing stuff they shouldn't. I knew it. The only question is, what was he doing here? Oh, it's the bridal bouquet. Hey, Nick, how about I throw it? And you try to catch it. Why me? Just because. I bet you'd look hilarious flailing around trying to grab it. But doesn't tradition dictate that it's the ladies that go after the bouquet? Who cares? Just catch it. Here. Ow! Hey, you threw it right at my face. Oh, you don't want to catch that bouquet, trust me. Why not? They say it's bad luck to catch the bouquet of a marriage that doesn't last. But I already caught it. Whoops, too late now, huh, Nick? Okay. Is that everything? Don't you dare touch that radio again. Looks like an expensive antique. What are you worried about? If it breaks again, Pierce will just fix it up again. I really hope he's nice enough to waive the repair bill. Alright, let's talk to this man. Well, let me present. Pierce, the woman in this photo is Soren's older sister, Selena, right? I don't think we've met her yet. Yes, about that. He seems hesitant all of a sudden. If you wouldn't mind, could you tell us about her? Oh, all right. Very well. She's a big part of Master Soren's past, after all. Soren's past? She's dead. Like, Phoenix. She's dead. Thick-headed man. About the incident Miss Ellen was arrested for. Do you think she did it? Well, it can't prove it yet, but no, I don't think she could have done it. I guess you could call it a gut feeling. Oh. I see. I guess we have different opinions then. Do we now? Prosecution says that when Gloomsbury attacked Miss Ellen, she fought back and ended up killing him. I agree with this perspective. Or rather, that is the consensus of the entire Sprocket family. Even so, I heard an interesting story from Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth. I heard that the Sprocket family had tried to pressure the prosecutor's office into burying this case. I fear you are mistaken. All we sought was merely a legal consultation. Oh. Besides, none of this matters now as she is no longer part of this family. My arm fucking hurts. It doesn't hurt. No, it's not that bad. It just is bothering me. It's like when you get a shot pain. Like a vaccine. But it's the underside of my arm. So it just feels weird. It's not that big. I guess it's kind of big. I don't know. I'm a little scared to take the band-aid off because she had to use what is it called? Silver nitrate or whatever to stop the bleeding. So there's probably a black mark under there. Besides, none of it matters now, as she's no longer part of the family. Fortunately for us, they had yet to get their marriage license before holding the banquet. So basically, once they realized they couldn't sway the prosecution, they cut her loose. I realize how callous I must sound, but my duty is to protect the Sprocket family, and more specifically, Sprocket Aviation's future and Master Soren, whose genius is essential to the company. I will do anything to achieve that goal. That is my job as the Sprocket family butler. He will do anything, like murder a man. You know, I think Pierce and Mr. Edgeworth would get along really well, don't you think? Yeah, I could easily picture Edgeworth with a butler. Oh, and by the way, I suppose I should tell you about this as well. It's about when the members of the extended family and I discovered the crime. Did Ellen say anything to you about traveling through time? She must have been delirious. There is no need to take such a claim seriously. Soren himself said that time travel was possible, though. Master Soren said that? It sounds like he is still stuck in the past. He's psychologically stuck, I take it. Excuse me. What is it? I see. He says that from experience. I believe I told you the madman would be having milk tea. Still, have lemon slices at the ready just in case. Must not disappoint her, understand? Madman? Or did that say madam? It said madam! I need to get my eyes checked. Or my brain checked, maybe. All of today's work. Still, we really do need Master Soren to start focusing on the business side of things soon. Master Soren will become the next president of Sprocket Aviation. However, that wasn't always so. Miss Selena Sprocket, Master Soren's elder sister, was next in line. So why isn't she becoming the next president? She's dead! Because she died in a car accident. What? I had no idea. Guys, you're so thick. Actually, Master Soren was also in the car with her at the time of the incident. Losing the sister he loved right before his eyes devastated him. Ever since then, he has buried himself in his research on time machines. He also became a quiet and meticulous, almost compulsive note-taker around then. With 2 C's, exactly. He seems so stiff and robotic. I had no idea he was carrying all that around inside him. Master Soren has abandoned the company business and spends all his time on inventions. As the family butler, I'm truly concerned. I believe it is high time he let go of the past. It was some time after the reception. Some of the Master's relatives and I went to clean up the reception hall, and that is when we saw it. It. A woman standing in front of the victim with a bloody murder weapon in her hand. It was none other than Miss Ellen. But Pierce, it wasn't what it looked like. That's right, she just happened to find the body. I do not know what Miss Ellen has told you, but what we witnessed was unmistakably the moment immediately after the deed had been committed. And that is what I told the police who came to respond to my call. I see. So Pierce was the one who reported it to the police, huh? Okay. What else do I need to present to this man? Master Soren made the Timekeeper as a symbol of their love for each other. A symbol now tainted with blood. I can only imagine how shocking this must be for Master Soren. But surely Soren believes in the woman he loves. Master Soren has the future of Sprocket Aviation to think about. He cannot afford to let his personal feelings affect his judgment. That's awful. You might think so, but that's the kind of responsibility he must bear. All because he's in line to be the next president, huh? Sounds like it's not going to be easy to find out how Soren really feels about anything. Okay. What else do I need to... Bloomsbury, how could he do something so deranged? It is truly a shame. As a servant, he was a cut above the rest. Mr. Bloomsbury worked under you, correct? Were there any signs that he was going to do anything like that to Ellen? No, he gave no indication whatsoever. If only I'd realized what he was up to sooner. I see. Okay. Okay. I don't know what else I need to show him. Master Soren made the timekeeper as a symbol of their love for each other. A symbol? Okay. God, having to watch this man flip open his pocket watch over and over again. I don't... Alright, did I miss examining something? A bull. Come to think of it, there was a bull logo on the side of the Flying Chapel, too. The president of the company must have a thing for cattle. The bull is a symbol of Sprocket Aviation, to be as strong and steady as a bull. That's the company creed, you know. Probably for all the back-breaking labor they put their employees through. By the way, that bull logo in the Flying Chapel, the one with the rainbow wings, his name is Rainy the Rainbow. Get it? I get it. He's a rainbow-colored bull, so he's just a rainbow, right? What a memorable name, huh, Nick? Yeah, for the lameness of the pun. Okay. Nick! Look at that airplane propeller up there going round and round. See, they've got an aviation theme going on. Makes sense for an airline family. I wonder if it doubles as a fan. Oh, what if the rest of the plane were on the other side of that wall? And the wall would open up so the plane could take off in an emergency. How cool would that be? If that's what's behind the propeller wall, then what's behind the bull wall across the way? Oh, I know. Maybe it's the rest of him. That must be where the Sprockets get their milk. Nick, first of all, that's a beef cow. And second, bulls don't make milk. Oh, right. That's what I get for trying to play along. Dork. Oh, are those pictures of the wedding reception? Yes, I took them with my trusty camera here. Do you mind if we have a look at that photo? I guess. Take as long of a look as you'd like. Well, what do you think of this gorgeous dreamscape? Thick fog billows across the room, making it look as if the couple were walking on clouds. Wow, look how beautiful Ellen is here. She looks a little nervous, though. She does, doesn't she? Hey, look, there's Pierce. Really, where? Right there behind the sweetheart table. Oh, God. Yeah, I got it. Sephiroth's right there. Hey, you're right. I bet he was there attending to the happy couple the whole dinner. So, what do you think, Nick? Does anything in that photo stick out to you? No, not at the moment, anyway. Hey, Nick, if Ellen really did travel back in time, do you think this photo is of the second reception? You know, after the time jump? I wonder. Excuse me, sir. Yes, can I help you? Ellen told us she traveled back in time. Would you happen to know anything about that? Oh, no, I haven't the foggiest idea what you're talking about. He climbed up faster than a clam. Do you think they actually, I had this thought earlier, that they actually did the reception twice and just like lied about it to her, tricked her to cover up the dead man, and now they've pinned it on her? Hey, Nick, what are you doing here? I hate you. I hate you so much. Larry? Oh man, Edgy gave me a heck of a hard time. Larry, what are you doing here? I came to promote my new character, Cute Piglet. I was hoping Sprocket Aviation would do some kind of tie-in for me with it. Wow, didn't know Larry was such an aggressive businessman. You can learn a thing or two from him, Nick. Why don't you promote your agency to them? Now's not exactly the time for that, in case you haven't noticed. See, and this is why you'll never be rich. Actually, Larry, I've been meaning to ask you something. You were there on the Flying Chapel yesterday, right? Huh? Was I? What were you doing there? Nothing. Whatever it was, I bet it wasn't anything to be proud of, but never mind that. Did you see anything that had to do with the case? Scratch that. Let's start with you. You weren't involved in this case, were you? Larry? Oh my god. If they really want to frame her, I guess. Yeah, I mean, that would be a lot of people in on the joke, on the prank, on the scheme. Hey, he took off! I just knew it. Something smells, and it's usually when something smells, it's usually the butts. Come on, Maya, after him. Oh, are you leaving so soon? We, have to run. Thank you for making time for us. I know you have to investigate, but please try to spare the family's feelings as you do. Yes, of course. Alright, where the fuck did he go? There he is. Hey, Larry! Hey there, friend! Fancy meeting you here! There's nothing fancy about it. All we do is follow you. So tell me, Larry, why did you run away like that? Huh? Me? I don't know what you're talking about. A bolt of inspiration from my new picture book hit me and I had to run is all. It was like a epiphany, you dig? Right. He's just going to keep on playing dumb, isn't he, Nick? Yeah, well. I found this in the reception hall. Say, that's a pretty stylish wallet, ain't it? Have you ever seen it before? Nope. I'll take that as a yes. Which means he must be trying to hide something from me. I don't know anything about that wallet. I'll just have to take him to task later. Come on, Larry. Oh, we're gonna have a Magatama here, aren't we? I know you were on that airship, so what did you see? I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything because I was never on that stupid airship. Yep, here we go. Psyche locks. You say something? The spiritual power of this Magatama allows me to see these mystical locks that appear when someone is trying to hide something from me. That rhymed! They're called Psyche locks, and when I see them, yeah, okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. I kind of hate that it makes that in the DLCs it does all the tutorial shit again. I played the whole game. Who plays the DLC first? Like, what is Larry hiding? This is no time for games, Larry. I will find out what you're hiding. I'm telling you, Nick, you've got it all wrong. I got nothing to do with this case whatsoever. Oh, come on, Larry. Even a baby could see through such a blatant and obvious lie. Nothing whatsoever, huh? If you weren't involved, Larry, then you wouldn't have been involved with this person.
Take that!
You're the one who brought Ellen to my office in the first place. And all those cops. Nothing to do with the case whatsoever isn't gonna cut it this time, Larry. If you have to lie, at least do a better job of it. He breaks so easily. Don't diss me, Nick. If you're so convinced I'm lying, then let me ask you this. What makes you think I was on that stupid old airship anyway? Let me see some proof, if you got any. Doubling down, are you? Fine. You want proof, Larry? Here's proof that you were on that airship.
Take that!
Uh-oh. This is your business card wallet, isn't it, Larry? I found it in the reception hall. Gah! Time to come clean, Larry Butts. What exactly are you hiding? Wah! You chugged your alcohol and need to make dinner? Go eat, my darling. Alright, fine, you got me. I'll tell you everything. What kind of alcohol were you drinking? Something yummy? Larry, what were you doing on that airship anyway? Well, I went there to deliver the welcome to our wedding sign they ordered from me. Huh? I didn't know you took on real jobs like that, too. Well, for your information, my wedding welcome signs are very popular on the net. And that's how you met Ellen? Uh-huh. I mean, I'd seen her in the photo for the welcome sign, but seeing her in person, the way she smiled at me and said thank you, I felt like I'd been hit by lightning. I hate him. And that's when you fell in love with somebody else's bride, huh? So were you invited to the reception? Can you believe they told me only family and relatives could attend? They wouldn't even let me into the reception hall. Smart move on their part, I'd say. He's not in this picture. He was at this table. So, I got upset and started wandering around the airship. That must be when I dropped my business card wallet. So somebody else must have found it and brought it to the reception hall then. But you know what? I saw something incredible while I was on the Flying Chapel. Like? Get a load of this! What the heck is this? What do you mean, what is this? Isn't it obvious? It's a drawing. I sketched a picture of one of the cabins on the airship. What's so incredible about a cabin? Look at what was outside the window. One of those flying dinosaurs. A real live pterodactyl. Oh, that's what that is? I thought this was like the window is broken. I looked out the cabin window and there it was, just flying out there. That airship traveled through time, I tell you. What? What? So he wasn't at the first reception, but maybe at the second. Maybe, I don't know. Or vice versa. To be frank, if a girl did that to me and I knew she was flirting, I'd almost be like, my wife. I don't think she was flirting. I think that Larry's just a fucking horny idiot. When I told that Pierce Butler guy about it, he told me to never mention it to anybody ever again. But why would he try to keep you from spouting what was clearly just nonsense? Maybe Sprocket Aviation is secretly developing a time machine. No way. Nick, this case is totally amazing. Larry, you didn't tell Mr. Edgeworth about this, did you? Of course not. Edgy would just roll his eyes and think I was off my rocker. I didn't even tell him I was wandering around on the airship. I told him I met Ellie at the mooring dock and we ran away together. Yeah, I can see Edgeworth's eyes rolling right out of his head had he heard about this. Larry gets direct eye contact from a woman and becomes a puddle. Yes. Doesn't take much for him to call it flirting. He get a sideways glance from a woman, and he calls it flirting. So Larry also experienced the time slip somehow. But how is that possible? Hey Nick, I'll be taking my card wallet back now if you don't mind. Oh yeah, this is for you. What is it? It's a picture of the holes. I took it when I was wandering around on the airship. That is a cow and a pegable. Pegamare. The missing Pegamare. See, that's Ellie right there in the middle. Oh, and there's this shit. This is what was on the body. The hold? Yeah, see, it's right here on the diagram. Okay, so now I know where the hold is, but what was Ellen doing there? Well, they were using it as a prepping station for the reception. I see, and around when did you take this? Before the reception. I took it while Ellie was getting everything ready. So this was taken before the incident occurred. I don't know if it'll be any help, but thanks for this anyway. So I think it's going to be enormously helpful in 2 different ways. By the way, Larry, I heard that the door to the hold is controlled by a security system. So how did you get in there? That's a trade secret, I can't tell you. And the hits just keep on coming. Well, I guess that's basically a wrap on the investigation. Not quite, Nick. I want to meet Ellen too. Oh, that's right. You haven't met her yet, have you? Okay, let's head over to the detention center then, so you can say hi. No, why? Please understand that this is in Master Soren's best interest. Sounds like Ellen's busy talking with somebody. Yes. The next president cannot be married to a criminal who would disgrace Sprocket Aviation. Miss Ellen, I need you to forget about this marriage. Pardon us. It isn't Mr. Right. So, the marriage is definitely off? There is no other choice. We cannot have a criminal in the family. For the sake of Master Soren and the Sprocket family, this is what is best. No. In that case, what if Nick here proved Ellen's innocence? Then you wouldn't have a criminal in the family, right? I suppose you are right, but I'm afraid that will be impossible. That's not true. Not for Nick. He may look like a nobody, but he can do some pretty amazing things. I don't take cases on lightly, so rest assured I will prove her innocence. Mr. Phoenix Wright, I understand your name is quite well known in the judicial world. For better or for worse. Rude. Deaf the spacey lesbian trope. Like, how do you tell if someone's flirting versus not? I don't know either. I have no fucking clue. Unless you're being so obvious about it, I've no idea. Pierce, I want you to promise me this. If I can prove Ellen's innocence, then you won't stand in the way of Soren and Ellen's marriage. Very well. But not even the most talented lawyer in the world can change reality itself. The reality is Miss Ellen is guilty beyond a shadow of a doubt. I have no idea either. I've been told I'm flirting, but had no idea it was considered flirting. Yeah. I'm clean, I swear I am. Obsessively, compulsively clean. Just as clean and pure as this pure white dress. Fine, you have my word, but you will be the one to regret this promise. Just like, friend, and everyone else is like, yeah. Now, if you will excuse me. Laios mode? Oh my god, yes. Laios and Kabru. Now I have all the more reason to win this case. Ellen, we finished our investigation and we'd like to talk to you about what we found. Okay, so what did you find out? In the course of our investigation, we heard that you had been seen standing in front of the victim with the murder weapon in your hands. It wasn't what it looked like. It's true I was holding the murder weapon. But when I found him, he was already dead. I panicked, and I was hoping I could go back in time again like I had done earlier. So I picked up the timekeeper from the pedestal and brought it over without thinking. You were so desperate you were ready to try anything, huh? Unfortunately, that sort of behavior makes you an easy target for the prosecution. No. And as for your little trip through time, none of your in-laws could confirm your story, I'm afraid. I see. The only exception is Larry. He said he saw something. Really? What did he see? Also, I have Marco, so I've been joke flirting for years. I love that Tumblr post about Kabru thinking he's playing 4D chess against him when he's actually at a hot dog eating contest versus someone whose friend calls him the vacuum cleaner. Oh my god. When did the murder happen? The first reunion? We don't know. Like, he was alive during the first reception until afterwards when he tried to kill her. But then he must have been dead the whole time, maybe, of the second reception. Honestly, it sounds so stupid, but, like, it sounds like they had the first reception. He tried to kill her, and she passed out, and he was attacked and killed by shadow figure. They stuffed him in one of the bowls and reset the whole thing and made it seem like nothing had happened, and then they redid the whole reception, which is batshit insane. Which is, I don't know. I feel like that can't be right, but that's what it feels like happened right now. Can't say I quite believe it myself, but Larry claims he saw something incredible. He claims he saw a pterodactyl flying outside the airship. What? Not only that, but apparently Pierce Nickety told Larry to keep quiet about it. Why would Pierce do such a thing? Larry's theory is that Sprocket Aviation is developing something in secret. A time machine, to be exact. Do you think that's why nobody would confirm my story? Because it's a secret? I really don't know. But speaking of your in-laws, we did manage to find your key card at the Sprocket Manor. One of your in-laws said he'd keep an eye on it for you. I just elbowed my desk. Oh, thank goodness. I lost it while I was getting things ready for the reception. I'd looked everywhere for it. I was so glad you found it. At least they're tears of joy this time for a change. Well, Nick, it looks like you'll have to prove the existence of time travel in court tomorrow. That's right, I swear that while Mr. Gloomsbury was being killed, I was busy traveling through time. Great. With stodgy skeptic Edgeworth at the helm for the prosecution tomorrow, we're really gonna have our work cut out for us. I heard something about not wanting to marry someone who was a criminal, so I guess that's a good enough motive. Yeah, I don't know. I'm very confused about who and why all these things are happening. Also, thank you guys for retweeting the stream. Sorry. Got Patreon notification. What was I just about to look up? How many fucking parts there are in this bullshit? God. 2 investigation days and 3 trial days. Ugh, I hope one of those last 2 trials is very short. Hi, Ivy! How's it going? Good morning, Mr. Wright. Good morning, Ellen. I see you're still wearing your wedding gown, and I will continue to wear it until our marriage is saved. Oh, Soren! Hi, bud. Do you think he came to see how she's been holding up? Soren, my love, you came all the way to the courthouse just to see me? Oh, Soren, I don't know what to say. Blueprints. Huh? The engine blueprints. I can't find them. Do you know where they are? Oh, they're in your room, 3rd shelf from the bottom on the right-hand side. Ah, I see. And now he leaves. Jesus Christ. He's leaving already? Don't tell me he came to ask about some stupid blueprints. Is he really that cold for a person, or is that just how he comes off, I wonder? What about me, Soren? Ellen. He's back. Come home soon. I'm lost without you. Oh. Sorry. Later. Looks like showing your vulnerabilities is the fastest way to capturing a woman's heart. I think he's just autistic, Cody. You should take notes on this, Nick. Please leave me out of this. Anyway, it looks like Soren isn't big on words, but it's clear that he cares about Ellen. Knowing that, I actually feel kind of relieved. Same, girl. You're in Texas right now? Got in 2 days ago? Very nice. I hope it's not boiling hot. Mr. Wright, I just absolutely can't be found guilty, you hear? Don't worry, I'm going to do everything I can to prove your innocence. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Trial's about to start, sir. Edgeworth. Knowing him, he's not going to yield an inch. So I've just got to fight with everything I've got and save Ellen. Edgy poo. I'm so glad to see the judge again. Normal, boring judge. Pervert judge. Real Soren isn't cold, he's just has a touch of the tism, which I mean probably same. Court is now in session for the trial of Ellen Wyatt. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. Seeing so many familiar faces gathered together like this, I feel as though I'm at a grand reunion. It makes me want to go out for dinner and a drink and reminisce with all of you. Oh, that sounds like a great idea. I was dying for a real burger the whole time I was away. We could make it a welcome back party for Maya. How about it, Edgeworth? I have no intention of cavorting with my enemies. Shut the fuck up, Edgeworth. Okay, Millsworth. Now then, Your Honor, let us start this trial at once. Fine, we'll go out with the judge and you can eat by yourself in your lonely home. Ho ho, still not one for lighthearted banter, are you, Mr. Edgeworth? Jokes and good humor are beyond worthless in a court of law. Guess we'll just have to have the party without him then. However, were it after the conclusion of this trial, I might consider joining you for a little welcome back party. Yeah, okay, Edgeworth. Okay, Edgeworth. I certainly wouldn't mind an invite at the very least. Little boy. Little man. He's still as emotionally constipated as ever, I see. I hate that I called him Milfsworth because I'm now imagining him wearing booty shorts that say nasty behind the bench. No, what they would say is daddy, because Phoenix fucking calls him daddy. I can't believe I missed that. It must be, it's the trial where you're against Edgeworth in the, like, broken down thing, and it must be, like, a wrong response to something, like, you present the incorrect evidence. I can't believe I missed it. I have no idea what part it is that you get that response. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you could please go over the details of this case for us. The victim was Dumas Gloomsbury, a servant of the Sprocket household. He was in attendance at the wedding reception that occurred from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. Mr. Gloomsbury apparently felt some animosity toward Ellen Wyatt, and so, a bit after the reception ended at 10 p.m., he assaulted Miss Wyatt with the intention to kill her. The defendant fought back and ended up killing Mr. Gloomsbury. In other words, it was justified self-defense, correct? If that's the case, then the defendant might not be criminally responsible. He's right. Worst case scenario, I could go for self-defense to avoid the criminal charge. I wonder how Edgeworth plans to counter that, though. Prosecution's first witness will make my views on the matter clear, Your Honor. Thought I missed you catching it or something. No, I'm pretty sure it didn't happen, because I would have freaked out if it had happened. I would have screamed. But I think I missed it. Very well, bailiff. I played the game too good. Very well, bailiff. Please bring in the first witness. Dual Destinies was really easy, though. Hello? Oh, hi, Emma. Judge is just sad that it isn't Phoenix and Miles' wedding. He's been waiting for the announcement for years now. Seriously. Please state your name and occupation, witness. Emma Skye, forensic investigator. And I'd just like to say, sir, that being in the same courtroom with you is a great honor. Oh, that's right. You're a fan of Edgeworth's, aren't you, Emma? We're good friends and all, Mr. Wright. But just this once, I intend to faithfully and fully testify for the prosecution. And I do mean that wholeheartedly. I expect no less from you. Yes, sir. I'm going to do my very best. Yeah, fangirl here. Looks like you lost the popularity contest to Mr. Edgeworth, Nick. Yes, he did. And the actual popularity contest. Ugh, nah. I really could care less. Besides, she'll see who's the better lawyer once I win this trial. I can't believe Edgeworth won. I mean, I can, but I also can't. Yeah, maybe then you'll actually really care less. Especially in Apollo's fucking trilogy. They're saying Edgeworth is their favorite character from this trilogy. Bananas. He's in it like 3 times. It should have been Apollo first place. Then Phoenix. Apollo should have won first place. No doubt about that. He deserves it. But then in second and third place should be Phoenix and Clavier. Can you imagine that couch? Also, Trucy deserved to win. Anyway, my sweet dear Trucy. I think I voted for Phoenix in that. Because Phoenix really does something to me. Yeah, maybe then you'll actually really care less. The way they gotta do my boy Apollo so dirty in his own trilogy, they They do him so dirty in this trilogy. He's barely in the last 2 games of his own fucking trilogy. I kind of didn't expect them to call this the Apollo Justice trilogy, because 2 of the 3 games are not Apollo Justice. He's there, sort of, in them. And then they leave him in Korean. Anyway, just screaming. I admit I voted for Phoenix. We both did. There's something about that man that when he comes on my screen, I get very flustered. Detective Sky, if you please. I love a man whose life is falling apart. I love it. The murder weapon was a clock called the Timekeeper. Another clock. I'm thinking about the Thinker clock right now. The victim was hit with it from behind and he fell over right into the lantern. The defendant was spotted then, standing in front of the body holding the murder weapon. The victim was struck twice, by the way. Okay. He was struck twice? That's right. There's no mistake about it. Gonna give me an autopsy report, babe? The first blow was to the back of the victim's head. It was hard enough to knock him unconscious. Yet despite the fact that he had been immobilized by the first blow, the defense delivered a second fatal blow to the side of the victim's head. Which means what exactly? That it was not self-defense. I figured it would go right over your head. Let's put it this way. By striking the victim a second time, the defendant killed her last chance to escape from any criminal wrongdoing. She did, but how, Mr. Edgeworth? The defendant may have been fighting back because she was being attacked. However, she then went on to deliver a fatal blow to a man who was already fully unconscious. Nick, is he saying what I think he is? I don't feel so well. Are you wearing eyeliner, Mr. Edgeworth? Why did I call him Mr. Edgeworth? And thus, Mr. Wright has justified self-defense been removed from the table. The prosecution intends to prove that the defendant killed the victim with murderous intent. Allow me to belatedly submit the victim's autopsy report. Thank you. Okay. Phoenix is too early to scream like this. So that's why he was acting all smug. Well, more smug than usual. It's fine, right? It's not like we were going to plead self-defense anyway, right? Right, but now the judge has a negative impression of Ellen. Why did we cut to him for one humph? He may not get to prosecute much anymore, but he definitely hasn't lost his touch. Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. I want to look at... Time of death, 10 p.m. to 1 a.m. That is a large swath of time, girl. But the reception was from 7 to 10? I can't remember. Whatever. Alright, one of my... What do you want, Emma? What about was the clock or the timekeeper? The victim was hit from behind, fell over right into the lantern. The defendant was spotted then... Oh god, I didn't mean to do that. The victim was hit from behind. What do you mean? He fell fucking face up.
Objection!
Maybe self-defense and then she passed out. I mean, it could theoretically be that she hit him the one time he passed out and then somebody else finished the job. But I don't know. I mean, Apollo Justice introduces Apollo as a character, and if executed better, would have given Apollo more to do in it instead of making it about Phoenix losing his badge. Dual Destiny is everything with Clay, but at the end, the heart of the story is Athena and Simon. Spirit of Justice is the game that actually does the most with his character and gives him the most development with his backstory in Korea. But even then, he's like barely in it. Like, He's in the Trucy case, and then he's in the finale case. He's not in any of the Korean stuff until the end. And the other case that takes place in the US, he's not there because he's helping Trucy at a magic show. And it's all Athena and Simon. Like, I like the story of Apollo Justice. Don't get me wrong. I like the story of Apollo Justice and the way that it took and the shit that Phoenix has going on from the 7 years of trauma that he's gone through. I love the story of Apollo Justice. I wish Apollo got a little more characterization in it, other than just being loud, but that's okay. We love Apollo anyway. But like, yeah, Spirit of Justice, I would call barely about Apollo until right at the end, because he's not in the game until the end. Detective Skye, I'm afraid I have to apologize in advance. For what? For embarrassing you in front of your idol. What do you mean? If you take a look at this photo of the crime scene, you'll see that the victim is lying on his back. But if the victim had been hit from behind, as you claim, then he should have fallen over into the lantern face down. Also, why's he got blood in his hand? It's not enough to simply take someone's side, Detective Skye, even if it's Mr. Edgeworth's. Oh. There does appear to be a flaw in Detective Skye's testimony. Mr. Wright, if you think I'm going to just back right down, then you're sadly mistaken. Emma is unusually fired up today. Don't forget, she's in front of her hero, Nick. If the Steel Samurai came to watch this trial, I'd want to do my absolute best, too. Listen, Mr. Wright. It's entirely possible that the defendant moved the victim's body after he fell over. In that case, there wouldn't be any contradiction, right? Indeed, that was an excellent counter-argument, Detective. You can count on me, sir. So, what do you have to say to that, Mr. Wright? I say add it to your testimony. I don't think so. Like, he was fucking heavy, I assume. I mean, I assume he fell into it breaking the thing. And he was found with shit on top of him. Yeah, no, he did not fall. I heard allegedly that there was supposed to be a sequel to Apollo Justice where Apollo faced Sebastian. What I would have given to see that, oh my god. But in order for that to happen, they would need to acknowledge the existence of Ace Attorney Investigations 2. And we all know they ain't gonna do that. That poor game. Sorry, Detective, but there's no way the victim's body was moved after his death. Oh, really? What makes you so sure? One look at this here and it should become obvious. All the shit on him, I assume?
Take that!
Those broken bits of lantern? Yes, if the body had been moved after the fact, these fragments would have fallen off of it. But as you can clearly see, they're lying perfectly undisturbed on top of the body. This means that the victim must have been lying face up from before the lantern even broke. You're right! But wait a minute, if that's true, then when was the victim killed? I mean, the lantern was still whole during the reception, right? Right, which means we've just overturned a major assumption about this case. If the victim was already dead before the lantern was even broken, then the body must have been inside the lantern since before the reception started. In other words, the defense asserts that the victim was killed before the wedding reception. In short, when Miss Wyatt was seen standing in front of the body after the reception, it wasn't the moment just after the murder was committed. It was the moment she happened to discover the body, just as Miss Wyatt claims. The day we get AA Investigations 2 localized, I'll be so happy. I mean, we got the great Ace Attorney Chronicles. After years of believing it would never happen, it's possible. I I'm hoping for it. I'm hoping, like, more than anything, I want the next game to be Ace Attorney 7. But I would love Investigations Remaster as well, and re-release the duology. Like, that would be so good, because those games are so, like, cute with their sprite style. Like, they'd be so much fun remastered. I don't know how they're gonna do it, but they should. Ugh. And the fact that you get to, like, walk around, like, those games are so uniquely fun.
Objection!
That's not Edgeworth's voice. What do you mean? What do you mean that was Edgeworth's voice? I don't like the new voice actors they got for this duology. I miss the original ones. Like, I don't even love Phoenix's voice. Like, Phoenix's new voice. I'm getting used to it. But this is not. That voice sounded like me when I was pretending to be Manfred von Karma. Like, when I was voicing Manfred von Karma. That's what that voice sounded like. Whether the act was committed before or after the reception is entirely inconsequential. After all, it was the defendant who prepared the reception hall for the event in question. Didn't, in the Investigations 2 fan translation, Sung-Won Cho voiced Edgeworth? I'm gonna look that up. I know he voiced somebody. AI 2 fan translation voices. Oh, he played Gregory Edgeworth. That's what it was. I don't know who voiced Edgeworth himself, but it's fine. She could have killed the victim before the reception, as you claim, and then tried to hide his body in the lantern after the event ended. Sorry, but that doesn't make any sense. I mean, where would the body have been hidden during the reception in your scenario? That's... Even you have to admit, Mr. Edgeworth, that this has opened up a new possibility. Do explain, Mr. Wright. Well, if Miss Wyatt didn't commit the crime in the reception hall, then that means someone, somewhere, put the victim's body into the lantern. I suppose that makes sense. A dead body couldn't have put itself in there. Exactly, Your Honor. In other words... If the murder actually occurred before the reception, it opens up the possibility that the defendant didn't do it. I assume he was killed somewhere else. I guess technically all of these could be correct. I think it's that the defendant didn't do it feels too obvious. Like obviously, that's what we were positing the whole time. He was killed somewhere else. That he was killed some other way. I mean, I think that we know that the blimp is a murder weapon because of the luminol testing was positive. So I guess that he was killed somewhere else and moved there. That makes sense. If the body was hidden inside the lantern, then it's possible that the body was moved along with it from somewhere else. Oh, you're right! You can run that mouth of yours all you want. But do you have any evidence to support what's coming out of it, Mr. Wright? That's him flirting. Of course I do. I think the answer lies in that piece of evidence, and in something else that was left at the crime scene that will point us to where the victim was really killed. I don't know what you're talking about. This photo? Probably. Very well then, Mr. Wright. In that case, what proves that the lantern and the body were moved from somewhere else?
Take that!
Oh, that was wrong. Was incorrect. Why are you talking about her mouth like... He's flirting. Girl, I don't fucking know. This? I think this is maybe the second part. Is it these fucking flowers? Is it because the flowers are on him?
Take that!
Photo of the victim again? Yes. I'd like the court to focus on this thing right here. The flowers.
Take that!
Flower petals, Mr. Wright? Weird fucking flower petals. These petals are from a kind of flower that when... Oh! Antidepressant o'clock. I changed my timer to be at 9 o'clock instead of 7 o'clock because I feel like that is closer to bedtime. Should I be taking my antidepressant with alcohol? Probably not, but... here we are. This means they must have gotten to the lantern when it was somewhere else. And just where do you propose this somewhere else to be, Mr. Wright? Now it's this. Please take a look at the flowers in this picture of the hold. Notice how their petals are the same shape as the petals on the crime scene photo. Yes, I see. They do look to be from the same kind of flower.
Objection.
That is not Edgeworth. Every time I hear it, I'm gonna get angry. Is that really all you've got? A flower is a flower is a flower. They're all the same. I would hardly call what you presented compelling evidence. I'm afraid I couldn't disagree with you more, Mr. Edgeworth. I gave a flower of this type to my lovely wife once when we were young, so I can assure you that this is a very meaningful and compelling evidence indeed. The soundness of my judgment in this matter is backed by nothing less than pure love. But, Your Honor... Let it go, Mr. Edgeworth. It's clear you don't know much about flowers. It's not like you have anyone you'd actually give any to after all. Cold. I do love this face that Phoenix makes. This is like my favorite, I think, of this sprite model. This just like cocky, self-assured grin. Oh my god. But maybe you should study up on them, just in case the opportunity presents itself. You should buy me flowers, wink, 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 wink. This from the man who only knows the names of 3 types of flowers. How do you know that, Edgeworth? That's hardly relevant to the case at hand. I love these two bitching at each other. It's my favorite part of these games. Oh, defense asserts that it's highly probable that the victim was killed in a hold, where the body was then placed in the lantern and moved to the reception hall for some reason. Would completely destroy the prosecution's case. Then you mean the body was... Yes, the victim's body was... inside the lantern during the entire beautiful wedding reception, while the defendant and her betrothed were celebrating their love. What?
Objection!
Oh, shut the fuck up. Your smooth talk might work on his honor, but it won't work on me. What are you talking about now? Take another look at all the evidence and you'll soon see what I mean. Just fucking say it, Edgeworth. I wish you would just tell me already. Detective Skye, I'm sure you've already figured out what I'm talking about, correct? Of course, sir. Mr. Wright is the only one here who hasn't. Why don't you leave this to me, Mr. Edgeworth? Very well. Let's see what you can do. Detective Skye, please give your testimony to this court. What the fuck are you two scheming about? The victim could not have been killed before the reception. The autopsy report states that the estimated time of death was after the reception. That's true. I was thinking about that earlier, but I didn't voice it. And that estimated time of death is correct. There's no way it could be wrong. It's clear Mr. Bloomsbury was killed after the reception, and that completely contradicts your claim. I guess so. Tell me you took at least a cursory glance at the autopsy report, Mr. Wright. It appears you've grown rusty since our last outing. Might I suggest you go back and brush up on your basics? Want me to help? Sure, though I must say you're as cocky as ever, Mr. Edgeworth. These two are openly flirting in this courtroom! I beg your pardon? What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright? I'm just saying that I'll go back to basics if that's what Mr. Edgeworth wants. I'll prove how badly he's underestimating me with a good old-fashioned cross-examination. All of us are like... Very well. Let's see you put your money where your mouth is, Mr. Wright. I've been killed. And the estimated time of that is death. The estimated time of death is death. There's no way it could be wrong. That sounds like a challenge. Alright. No. Not that. The device that utilizes dry ice. Dry ice, trick the time of death.
Objection!
Maybe. I admit that the estimated time of death does contradict my theory. Finally, and that means your theory that the victim was killed before the reception is still entirely plausible. Huh? What makes you think that? The killer could have falsified the time of death by using a certain item in the reception hall. Please take a look at this. And what is that contraption, Mr. Wright? It's a fog machine, Your Honor, used to create a special romantic atmosphere in the hall. And this machine could have been used to falsify the time of death? Yes, Your Honor, because this machine uses dry ice to perform its magic. Dry ice? Yes, the super cold stuff commonly used to make theatrical fog, right? I see, so your claim is that this dry ice was used to keep the body cold. Oh. In that case, I guess the victim could have been killed before the reception. There would be evidence that the body was frozen, would there not? Order in this court. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what do you have to say about this development? That the victim was killed in the hold before the wedding reception? The prosecution acknowledges the possibility of this claim. Now we're getting somewhere. The prosecution would also like to thank you, Mr. Wright. Huh? For what? I didn't know how a certain piece of evidence fit into this case, but now thanks to you I do. What piece of evidence? To get into the hold, one needs a key card like this one. And here we have a record of who entered the hold with such key cards. The times aren't specified, but these are the last 3 entries on the day of the murder. She lost her card, dude. And as you can see, the last person to enter that hold that day was the defendant. What? She lost her card, and somebody took it and brought it back to the fucking house. It obviously wasn't her. So the one who moved the body out of the hold must have been. That's right, it was none other than the defendant. Hey, Nick, take a look at this entry record. There are a couple of other names on here besides Ellen's. Right? Hey, you're right. According to the entry record, Mr. Edgeworth, Pierce Nickety had also gone into the hold. Isn't it possible that he could have been the culprit?
Objection!
Sorry, but Mr. Nickety was escorting a few of the guests at a time. I'm sure they would be happy to testify to that fact if you'd like. Think me cocky all you'd like, Mr. Wright, but my confidence is rarely misplaced. Ugh. Now then, it's probably safe to assume that after killing the victim in the hold, the defendant moved his body to the hall in order to dispose of it discreetly. What do you mean by discreetly? The defendant volunteered to take care of the reception's cleanup personally. That means she would have had the chance to dispose of anything in any way she wanted. I'm not doing his voice right now, including taking the lantern off the airship without raising any suspicion. Don't tell me you didn't know about Miss Wyatt volunteering for cleanup duty, Mr. Wright. For my last task as a servant of the Sprocket household, I offered to take on the preparation and cleanup of the reception banquet. I see. Ugh. Look at you, sweating buckets like a rookie, even after all these years. Nevertheless, they are flirting so hard! Thank you for proving that the only person who could have killed the victim in the hold is Ellen Wyatt. No, Phoenix! We know the card was stolen! Great job, Phoenix. Now we're back to square one. Perhaps you should ask Miss Sykes for some help in reviewing Defense for Dummies. Way to go, sir. You got Mr. Wright in a cold sweat. I wonder if maybe the promise of seeing that miserable look on his face is what brought me back to court today. Oh my god. This is obscene. This is borderline obscene. It certainly made all of my stress and woes as chief prosecutor just melt away. I guess he had a lot of stress built up. I'll give him something to stress over before we're through today. Your Honor, the prosecution asks that you render your verdict at this time, before that man over there tries to throw the court into chaos with his meaningless bluffs. I see. Mr. Wright? Are there any last meaningful bluffs you'd like to present to this court? Why does he have to assume it'll be a bluff? Nick, hurry up and throw a good one out there! I will. Well, alright then. Let's see. I've got it. How do you know it was Miss Wyatt who used her keycard? After all, if it turns out that somebody else used her card, it would mean Miss Wyatt didn't do it. Interesting. Are you able to prove this bluff to be true? I assure you, I'm not bluffing, Your Honor. Well, now what? Wait a minute, Nick. I can think of a certain somebody who might have used Ellen's keycard. You can? Remember? The one who was sneaking around the hold in spite of not being a family member? Oh, that's right. Larry Butts. Your Honor, the defense would like to call a certain witness to the stand. I need the testimony of this person who may have entered the hold with Miss Wyatt's card.
Take that!
That's your witness? Are you saying that numbskull was on the airship? He never breathed a word about that to me. That's not surprising because Mr. Nickety told him to keep quiet about it. But Mr. Butts himself admitted it to me. He claimed to have found a way to sneak into the Flying Chapel's hold to see Miss Wyatt. This photo he took and gave to me is proof. Then was it he who moved the lantern with the body inside to the reception hall? You know as well as I that with him anything is possible. And this is one possibility we should definitely look into. I can't believe this. What in the world is he doing mixed up in this? Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. Remember what we've been saying since elementary school? When something smells, it's usually the Butts. Exactly. That Larry, he'll pay for this. Well, if you want to extract your payment now, he's right up there in the gallery. Yikes! Bailiff, seize the witness before he makes a run for it. No, why does this stuff always happen to me? Sorry, Larry, but you brought this on yourself. Let us break for a 15-minute recess. Is that both sides prepare for the next witness's testimony during this time? Wow, it's been a while since I've had this much fun and excitement. A face off against Mr. Edgeworth, a harrowing tightrope walk for the defense. Whew, I'm exhausted already. Boss! I'm here for moral support. Athena, are you all done practicing for Trucy's magic show? Well, to be perfectly honest, I sort of ran away. But that's because she was putting my life in danger, I tell you. I see. I think I'll need to have a one-on-one with her. You're really athletic and fit, Athena, so Trucy probably thinks she can run you ragged. Apollo's in Korean. Fixing their law system, little 23-year-old boy. That may be true, which is why not even Trucy can keep up with me when I run at full speed. Huh, looks like you spoke too soon, Athena. Never underestimate the resourcefulness of a great magician. Huh? Hi, Trucy. Magical girl Trucy Wright is on the scene. No! Got all my girls in the same room right now! Now, Athena, it's time to practice human combustion magic. Go on, douse yourself in this gasoline. But don't worry, it's a magic trick after all, so it's perfectly safe. Run away! Hey, you're not getting off that easily. They get along so well, don't they? It reminds me of the good old days. You, me, and Pearlie. Oh, and Detective Gumshoe. Can't forget about him. Oh, where is he? We had all kinds of fun at the crime scenes back then, remember? Leaving me to do all the serious investigating, as I recall. Court will soon be back in session, Mr. Wright. Right, thank you. So, Larry's the next witness, right? I can't wait to see what happens. Sadly, I can already imagine it. Excuse me. The devs sure did, I know. Give us that fuck-ass Bobby What's-His-Face in the last game. Court will now reconvene. Nick, Edgy, the two of you are gonna hang me out to dry, aren't you? No, not the both of us. Just Mr. Wright. Nick, how could you? I don't really think he did it, of course, but I've got to use whatever leads I can. Mr. Butts, there's a possibility that you moved the lantern that had the dead body in it. So if you want to clear yourself of any suspicion, all you have to do is testify. Now then, your testimony, please, witness. That crazy-ass jacket. Nick is a jerk face. Nick, you big fat stinking jerk! How could you doubt your best bud? We've known each other since elementary school. Well, get this, pal. Our friendship's over. That's your testimony? Well, go ahead, Mr. Wright. He's all yours. Why me? You're the one who called him to the stand, so he's your responsibility. Thanks, old chum. Can't any of you show me a little respect, even just a shred? You may cross-examine the witness, Mr. Wright. I would, if there was any testimony to cross-examine. Good lord, I guess I'm just gonna press everything.
Hold it!
Come on, Larry. Can't you please give me something real to work with? Don't think I don't know about your tricks. If I say something careless, you're gonna shove some evidence at me with a loud objection and a super smug look on your face. Yeah, well, that is my job. And if I get found guilty, how are you gonna take responsibility for what you've done? Why should I take responsibility for just doing my job? You heartless jerk, don't you have any compassion for me?
Hold it!
I'm sorry, Mr. Butts, but if it wasn't Miss Wyatt that entered the hold with that card, then you're the most likely suspect. Nick, are you seriously doubting the innocence of your old childhood friend? Well, technically yes, but it isn't personal, I assure you. Oh, a true friend would believe in me no matter what. Can't you see my tears? Don't they mean anything to you? Nick. You don't really think you can cry your way out of this, do you? Okay, fine, in that case.
Hold it!
Larry, listen to me. Shut up! I'm not talking to you anymore! This is getting us nowhere. Come off it, Larry. If you don't quit fooling around and start testifying, Miss Wyatt will be found guilty. For real? If no new information could come out of this cross-examination, then yes, Mr. Butts, for real. Not that I would have a problem with that myself. Larry, just tell us the truth already. Did you or didn't you go into the hold and move a lantern up to the reception hall? I never moved any bull lantern, I tell ya. Bull lantern? What? Did I say something weird? You told me that you didn't attend the wedding reception. Can you believe they told me only family and relatives could attend? They wouldn't even let me into the reception hall. Yeah, so what? Then that's odd. No one in this courtroom ever mentioned the sex of the lantern that was moved, so how could you know that it was a bull lantern? You didn't have to actually go to the reception to know that. Anyone could tell there were 2 Pegabulls by looking at the Flying Chapel's pamphlet. All I can tell right now is that there's a strong scent of bull in the air in here. Please add that last statement to your testimony, Mr. Butts. Alright. Anyone could tell that there were 2 Pegabulls by looking at the Flying Chapel's pamphlet.
Objection!
No. I want you to take a look at this, Mr. Butts. Because unfortunately for you, the pamphlet clearly shows a Pega cow and a Pega bull in their example diagram of the reception hall. Huh? But on that day, instead of putting a Pega cow and a Pega bull out for the bride and groom, there were 2 male Pega bulls on display. Yet somehow, you knew there were 2 Pega bulls in the reception hall that day. There's only one way you'd know something like that, Larry. It was you who moved the Pega bulls to the reception hall, wasn't it? Ah! No, Larry, you didn't. Mr. Butts, did you move the lantern containing the victim's body to the reception hall? That's what it looks like. What? Everybody's in shock and awe. Wait, Nick, you don't think I'm the murderer, do ya? Maybe you and Mr. Gloomsbury were fighting over Miss Wyatt and you ended up killing him? Maya, not you too! Look, I did sneak into the reception, but that's as far as it went. You know me, I wouldn't hurt a fly. You snuck into the reception? Yeah, sure, but some of the Sprocket men caught and locked me up in one of the cabins. It was pretty awful, actually, but that's when I made that drawing of the pterodactyl I showed you, Nick. Ixnay on the Aerodactyl pay. Larry? Mr. Wright, not even you would take this farce that far, would you? We are talking about Larry. What do I do? Do I accuse Larry of being the true culprit? No, right? No. There's no fucking way. This man did not kill him. No, you're right, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Butts didn't have a reason to kill Mr. Gloomsbury. He might have had an imaginary reason to kill Soren Sprocket, sure, but not Mr. Gloomsbury. After all, he did steal Mr. Sprocket's bride and try to elope with her. Just because I tried to steal somebody's bride doesn't make me a murderer. I believe you, Larry. I don't think you killed anybody either. You would never do anything like that. So many messages. Nick, old buddy, old pal. I knew you'd come through for me. Funny that, considering your sworn testimony now that your sworn testimony just now that we were through. Oh my God. Mr. Butts, it's time you told this court the whole truth, understand? Alright, Larry. Moving the lantern. It's just like Nick said, I'm the one who moved the lantern. I was poking around the reception hall before the main event and saw a lantern was broken. There was a note on it that said, "Exchange with the one in the hold, Ellen." So I decided to do Ellie a favor. Interesting. So you switched the lanterns before the reception, did you? And that means the victim really was killed before the reception. Okay. It could appear that Mr. Butts completely fell for the defendant's scheme. Scheme? What scheme? She didn't scheme this, Edgeworth. This note from the defendant. Exchange with the one in the hold, Ellen. Mr. Butts moved the lantern with the body in it up to the reception hall because of this note, and thus he had become a suspect in Mr. Bloomsbury's murder. That second lantern did feel pretty heavy, but I never would have thought there was a dead body in it. Ugh. What was a note like that doing on a lantern in the first place? You've got it all wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. I left that note for myself. It was simply a reminder because I can be very forgetful.
Objection!
It is not Edgeworth's voice. What an sorry excuse, Miss Wyatt. The prosecution contends that this note shows one facet of the defendant's murderous plan. And you, Mr. Butts, you played right into Miss Wyatt's hands. No way, Edgy, I don't believe
Objection!
it. Do you still really believe Miss Wyatt to be the culprit, Mr. Edgeworth? Of course. My stance on the matter remains unchanged. If you think I'm wrong, then prove it with your cross-examination. Gladly. Very well, Mr. Wright. You may cross-examine the witness. All right. I'm the one who moved the lantern. I was poking around the reception hall before the main event and saw a lantern was broken. There was a note on it that said, "Exchange with the one in the hold, Ellen." I decided to do Ellie a favor. Poking around. Just like Nick said, I'm the one who moved the lantern. So the lantern was broken. Feels like I need to press something. I definitely don't have any evidence for this. So I decided to do Ellie a favor.
Hold it!
Nobody saw you the whole time while you were switching the lanterns? Nope, I didn't get caught. Not that time, anyway. Not that time? Yeah, when I tried to sneak into the reception hall the first time, I didn't have as much luck. Those Sprocket guys spotted me and nabbed me. Good lord, that's maybe a little overkill. All of my words are failing me right now. Pretty exciting, don't you think? Larry, you need help. And they locked me up in one of the cabins. Nick, what are you asking about stuff like this for anyway? Shouldn't you be trying to prove Ellie's innocence? Well, is that statement of his important to this case? Yes. Mr. Butts trying to crash the reception and subsequently getting locked up in a cabin? I believe these might be important facts in this case, Your Honor. Very well, Mr. Butts, please add that statement to your testimony. Okay. I tried to sneak into a reception hall, but I got caught and locked up in a cabin. Okay.
Hold it!
So you got locked up. Then what happened? I broke out. Then I started looking for Ellie and wandered into the reception hall again. That's when I saw the broken lantern and replaced it. Even after they caught you and locked you up, you still went looking for Miss Wyatt? But hold on a minute. What is it, Nick? Maya, doesn't something seem weird to you? Larry is saying he replaced the lantern after he broke out of the cabin. That's right. Oh, wait, huh? You're right, it doesn't make much sense, does it? Mr. Wright, have you found an inconsistency in the witness's statement? Yes, I believe so, Your Honor. Mr. Butts moved the lantern after he broke out of the cabin, but that contradicts with this. girly pop. I don't know. The broken lantern. What?
Take that!
I don't know how I would have figured this out, because I'm still confused by this. Is that? Yes, it's the broken lantern, Your Honor. Mr. Butts, what you're saying doesn't make any sense at all. What? Why not? You swapped the lanterns before the reception began, right? Yeah, that's what I said, isn't it? But you also just said that you swapped the lanterns after you got locked up in a cabin for trying to sneak into the reception. Oh, in other words, you're saying you swapped the lanterns both before the reception and after the reception took place. That certainly doesn't make any sense, does it? Mr. Butts, did you swap the lanterns before or after the reception? Which was it, before or after? There's a world of difference between the two. Well, Mr. Butts? I guess I can't expect guys like you to understand. In a nutshell, it was both before and after the reception. Oh god, we're bringing up the time travel. What? I tried to sneak into the first reception and got locked up. The first reception? Uh-oh, I don't like where this is going. Then, through the power of Ellie's pendant, time got rewound and we went back in time before the reception. It was after that I replaced the lantern. So it was both before the reception and after the reception. Get it? We went back in time to before the reception. So of course the reception would take place one more time after that, right? That's why I said it makes perfect sense. Mr. Wright, what in the world is the witness talking about? Has he developed some sort of intellectual ailment I'm not aware of since I saw him last? So everyone at the wedding except Ellie was planted. It might be. Well, none of the Sprockets seem to remember the time skip, but I do, and Ellie remembers it too. I think the power of our love for each other made that miracle happen. Mr. Wright, I'm sorry, but could you please translate this man's gibberish so the rest of us can understand? So now I have to be the one to explain about the whole time travel thing? Come on, Nick, I know you can do it. Looks like you don't have much of a choice, Nick. To heck with it. I can't lose any more of my dignity today anyway. Let Phoenix say hell. Let Phoenix say hell. The defendant, Miss Ellen Wyatt, has told the defense the following strange story. She said that after the reception ended, she was attacked by Mr. Gloomsbury. She claims that as she was being assaulted, she made a wish upon her pendant. Please take me back to that blissful moment. In doing so, time apparently rewound itself to just before the reception began. It what? I know it's hard to believe, but think about it this way. Through the power of the pendant, both Ellen Wyatt and Larry Butts experienced time travel. What? Phoenix, you're very good at presenting insanity with a straight face. What absolute rubbish. Mr. Wright, I've heard my fair share of your nonsense over the years, but this takes the cake. Have you thoroughly lost your mind?
Objection!
But this is simply the conclusion I came to, using that logic ability you love so much. What? The truth of the matter is, the future president of Sprocket Aviation, Soren Sprocket, has been researching time machines. So, what if a time machine has already been successfully created? The chessboard? I know, I was just thinking, is he referring to the fucking chessboard mechanics from AA2? AAI2. What if that's one of Sprocket Aviation's top secret inventions? time machine? Yeah, I even saw something while we were time traveling. I saw a pterodactyl flying through the sky. It's not a pterodactyl. Maybe the airship was sent to travel through time for their honeymoon trip? What? A pterodactyl?
Objection!
You can't possibly have any evidence to back up your ridiculous time travel story. Well, as I thought. Edgeworth, there's a reason I didn't bring it up until this point. And there's a reason I'm not the one who brought it up. Fucking Larry did. So don't condescend to me, because I wasn't going to talk about the time travel theory. In any case, I now have the evidence to prove that you are no more intelligent than Larry. Not so fast, Edgy. I'm not the same old Larry you used to know. Oh? You want evidence? I've got your evidence right here. This is a photo I secretly took of the first reception. What? What? Larry, I can't believe you. Well, anyway, good job. If we compare the photos of the first and second receptions and can find a difference, then we'll be able to prove that the reception was held twice. But do you really think such a difference exists? Yes, Your Honor. I just need some time to find it for you. This is preposterous. Very well. Please show the court what's different then. This is proof positive that the wedding reception was held twice. Oh! The bouquets are different. The bouquets are different.
Take that!
Please direct your attention to Miss White's bouquet of flowers. In the photo one of her in-laws took, the defendant is holding a yellow bouquet. But in the photo Mr. Butts took, she's holding a red bouquet. I don't know why I got that so fast. I think just because it was bright red in the middle of the photo, my eyes like went right to it. You're right. That's impossible. What does this mean? It means that the defendant really did experience 2 wedding receptions, and she did that when she traveled back through time. No. They didn't travel back through time. They just played an elaborate prank on this woman. Nick, you did it. You proved Ellen's time travel story to be true. Yeah, I can hardly believe it myself. It's just as Ellen said, the reception was held twice. This turns every assumption we base this trial on upside down. We all know who that came from, y'all. I refuse to accept such a ludicrous argument. It is pure fiction under the guise of pseudoscience at best. There is simply no such thing as time travel. I know it's hard, but can't you suspend your disbelief for 1 nanosecond, Edgeworth? I bet sci-fi movies push all your buttons the wrong way, don't they, Mr. Edgeworth? I can totally picture you yelling, "That never happened," every 5 seconds at the screen. Maybe you should stay away from movie dates altogether. That's neither here nor there. This is real life we're talking about. These dorks, I love them all so much. But the proof is clearly shown in the 2 photographs. That's right, Mr. Edgeworth. No matter how Fine. I'll entertain your absurd delusion, if only to demolish it before your very eyes. What? Let's start with this then, shall we? There is one thing your time travel theory fails to explain. Oh, stop wagging your finger at me. And that is the memories of the other guests there. The defendant and Larry remember the reception occurring twice, but no members of the Sprocket family has even mentioned such a thing. That's because the time machine is classified technology. I'm not done, you bird brain. Bird brain? As I was saying, if the entire family had been sworn to secrecy, then why hadn't they sworn the woman who was marrying into the family to secrecy too? That's a good point. Honestly, all it takes is a little common sense, Mr. Wright. Even still, how do we know that the trip through time did not really occur? There is proof in the photos that it did, and besides, if time travel doesn't exist, well, I'd be a little disappointed, frankly. I was hoping to go back to the days of my youth. You mustn't allow yourself to be taken in by Mr. Wright's whimsical tales, Your Honor. I've read about it in various literature, you see. And they all say that time travel is just not logically feasible. Maybe our argument was just a little too nonsensical, Nick. Well, in that case, why don't we put common sense to the test? Excuse me? The wedding reception was held twice. The photos are proof of that. But it wasn't because of time travel. It's simply because the reception had actually been held twice. Isn't that the most reasonable way to interpret the situation? Would you care to elaborate, Mr. Wright? If time travel doesn't exist, then there's only one way to make sense of what happened. Somebody must have orchestrated this strange phenomenon, and that somebody is the gods. Everyone at the reception. The gods. What if all the guests at the reception conspired together to hold the reception twice and keep quiet about it? What? And for what purpose would they conspire to do such a thing? Well, brilliant deduction, defense. Yeah, it's gonna be this fucking... I can tell that you are not a renowned lawyer for nothing. I must say I underestimated you. How so, Mr. Nickety? That last name is throwing me off. You have managed to name each event precisely as they happened. You have revealed it all to the light of day. Then that means it was us. We orchestrated the whole thing. Yes, the reception was held twice, but not because of time travel. No, we simply held it a second time. What? Why? Why would you do such a thing? To make it as though the murder Miss Ellen committed never happened. Master Soren figured that if Miss Ellen, who'd killed Gloomsbury after the first reception, experienced the reception one more time, she would think it was all a dream. So it was he who ordered us to make it happen. However, only a few, myself included, knew of Miss Ellen's crime. Are you saying most of the guests attended 2 receptions without knowing why? Indeed, they needed no reason. Master Soren told them to do it, and they do it, and do it they did. That is the Sprocket way. Then who hid the body in the lantern? We did. But we did not anticipate the petals finding their way in, nor the actions of Mr. Butts. And that's how you intended to cover up that's how you intended to cover the whole situation up? There is just one thing everyone here has wrong. The real scene of the murder was not the hold. It was the Vista deck. What? Then Miss Wyatt's recollection of the events must be correct. I admit we tried to cover this incident up, but the fact that Miss Ellen killed Gloomsbury is undeniable. This is quite a turn of events. And so it appears we have arrived at the truth at last. Now. Please do feel free to travel back in time, Mr. Wright, and attempt to do this trial over again. Go on. Let's not get hasty, Edgeworth. I bet you can't do it. I bet I can't either! Your Honor, we will have to hold a separate trial for the cover-up conspiracy later. But as far as this case goes, I believe we are ready for your ruling.
Objection!
Just before the defendant lost consciousness during her attack, she says she saw someone strike the victim. It's possible that this third party is the true culprit. You still want us to believe the defendant's words. Perhaps you've lost more than your touch during your time abroad. This third person nonsense is nothing but rubbish, and you know it. But, by the same token, how can we trust those who have conspired and lied to fool this court of law? For all we know, they might still be hiding something. You never know when to quit, do you? Now, calm down, both of you. In any case, there isn't enough trustworthy information yet for me to render a verdict. I suggest we continue the trial after both sides have investigated the matter further. Very well, Your Honor. That was close. Mr. Nickety, as for you and your cohort's attempt to cover up this crime, your case will be brought up to a separate trial following the resolution of this current one. Understood, Your Honor. Well then, this concludes today's trial. Court is adjourned. Good lord. Alright. God. Let's see if we can blast through these last 3 parts. I don't know that we will, but we're gonna try it. Yeah, I don't trust it. Obviously they're lying about something, but... What? So the whole time traveling thing was just a ruse put on by the guests at the reception? Looks like it. I knew there had to be some kind of trick to it. Wow, 2 wedding receptions. Can you imagine? I wonder how much that must have cost them. I have no idea, but if you have to ask, you're not rich enough to want to know. Still, if you got the money, it's a pretty good way to cover things up, if you ask me. You got that right. I'm sure I would have been completely fooled. Hi, I'm back. Hey, Maya. Are you all set to go? Yep, ready when you are. So, what should we start with? Let's start with reviewing what we learned at the trial. What Ellen thought was time travel was really just a performance put on by the Sprockets. But other than that, it seems that what Ellen told us was actually all true. So what really matters now is the identity of the mystery person Ellen said she saw while she was being attacked. So who is this mystery person? That's the million-dollar question, I'm afraid. But if we want to clear Ellen of any suspicion, then figuring out who they are is key. I think I'll take toilets for $200 instead, Mr. Wright. Well, at least there were only so many people on that airship that night. And we know who the mastermind of the whole cover-up plot was, too, so that's good. You mean the groom, Soren Sprocket, right? Exactly. He might know something that could help us out. So then what am I doing here? I knew it. I'm a very busy man, you know. Well, all of the other people involved are Soren's family members, so I thought I'd better start by interviewing you. Even if I probably shouldn't trust a word out of your mouth. Oh man, I have a really tight schedule, but oh heck, what are friends for, right? Okay, pal, go ahead and ask me anything. You do remember that it was you who came to me for help in the first place, right? Love Dual Destinies mainly for Athena and Simon's storyline, but it would have been so good if they actually let Apollo have his trilogy and then introduce Athena as a new lawyer and her story arc. You are not wrong. I love it. I love Athena. I adore her. I liked Dual Destinies storyline. Dual Destinies might be my least favorite of them. No, it's not. It's definitely not my favorite of the games. I thought it was a little easy, and it was a little disjointed. But I love Athena. But I really would have loved to let Apollo have his time in the sun. We need a Apollo Ace Attorney Investigations Apollo edition in Korean. I want to go over exactly what happened when before I step outside of this office again. Oh, we could bring back what's his face? The blonde guy? The Interpol agents? Thank you, Lang. I always forget his name. We could have Clavier go fucking visit, help him out. Oh. Yes, for Nico. Nico's man. Since you were there, Larry, do you think you could help me get all of this straight in my head? If I gotta. Okay, so the first reception was held at 7 p.m. on the day of the incident. That's the one you tried to crash, right? Huh? Oh, yeah, that's right. And then they locked me up in a cabin. It was awful, I tell you. Too bad we're not here to focus on you, Larry. And then the incident occurred after his first reception at around 10 p.m. Ellen was attacked in the reception hall by Gloomsbury. He forced her out into the Vista deck and was just about to kill her. But Ellie fought back and ended up killing old Gloomsbury instead. To cover it up, the family quickly threw together a second reception. That's what Edgy is claiming anyway. But I know my Ellie didn't do it. The key point here is this mystery person Ellie said she saw strike Bloomsbury just before she passed out. Did you see anybody suspicious skulking around that day? Nope, not a soul. Because I was locked up in a cabin at the time. But you managed to escape and sneak back into the reception hall. That's when you switched the lantern in the event hall with the lantern in the hold, right? Did you see anybody then? Nope, the place was completely deserted. Guess because that Pierce Butler guy had everybody gathered together somewhere. That makes sense. He must have been going over the cover-up plan with them. So clearly, the murder had already happened by the time Larry got out. They must have gotten everything ready for fast and had the second reception soon after that. The first scene of Apollo's investigation game is Clavier bursting into Apollo's office, having come on the plane over like, you don't get to leave without goodbye. Absolutely. It's Apollo frantic and Clavier fucking kicking the door down and being like, bitch, I'm here, show me around. And that's how they get caught up in bullshit the way that Edgeworth kept getting caught up in bullshit in the investigations games. Ivy, Carly, we should all team up and write this write the next Ace Attorney games. Ugh, we'd probably get out faster than them. Anyway, I'm joking. Capcom, you do the thing. But then, after that second reception, Ellie went to clean up in the reception hall. And as luck would have it, that's when she found the body in the lantern I'd brought up. JK Capcom, sue. JK Capcom, don't sue. Yeah, Capcom, I love you. I love you, Capcom. Don't worry about it. Bring all that cool Ace Attorney merch that you have in your Japan store to the US, please. Like all that cologne / perfume. I want all of them. Let me buy them. Let me buy them. Anyway, I need to go to Japan just to go to the Capcom store and buy every piece of Ace Attorney merchandise that I can find. I tried to do something nice for Ellie out of the goodness of my heart, and this happened. We'd have Clavier get accused of a murder while he's there and Apollo defends him. If it's a traditional Ace Attorney game, then yes, absolutely. If it's an investigations game, I think it's just the two of them getting into mischief, because we don't have trials in that one. They'd have to, like, do something to add to Apollo's, like, eyeball power to, like, stretch out those portions of the game, because they had to give had to give Miles crazy ones. The fucking chess thing that took goddamn forever. I was so bad at that chess thing. Anyway. We still don't know what exactly happened during the actual murder itself. We just have to look into it, along with the identity of the missing person. I got to find the text. So while the murder was taking place, you were locked up in a cabin. Did you see anything unusual while you were in there? In the cabin? Let's see. Well, there was that pterodactyl flying through the sky. That's pretty unusual. Oh, right. That drawing of that pterodactyl you saw. What's with all the air quotes? I really did see it, I swear. But Larry, the time travel thing never actually happened, which means you couldn't have seen a real pterodactyl flying through the sky. Oh, are you doubting the eye of the super popular picture book author? No, I'm just sure you saw something else and mistook that for a flying reptile. Nick, you're making me doubt my own eyes. Now I'm not even sure what I saw. Larry's drawing updated. Claims this is a picture of the pterodactyl. Either way, you have no idea what actually happened at the real scene of the murder. That's right. And I can say that with every confidence. Oh wow, would you look at the time? I better go. I have a book signing to get to. A book signing? Whose book? Whose do you think? It's mine, of course. A Larice Denim book signing. I bet you went around and begged a bunch of bookstores to let you do one. Of course not. They're the ones coming around to beg me. Looks like I guessed right. Anyway, I have to go. I'll send you 10 copies of my new book that just got released the other day, alright? 10? That's very generous of you. What are you talking about? I'm gonna send you the bill too, of course. Just put it down as office expenses or something. Well, see ya. My hair is really bothering me, that's why I keep touching it. Wait, Larry, we don't need... Ugh, he's gone. I'll take a copy, boss. Oh, and make sure it's signed. Oh boy, Shushi's not gonna like this office expense. There goes our first lead. What do you want to tackle next, Nick? Right, we should really hit the streets now, huh? How about we go see Ellen? Sounds good, boss. I bet I can cheer her up. I thought you were going to help Trucy with her magic show again today, Athena. Weren't you supposed to go meet her right about now? Trucy said she was going to practice her new trick on you, if I recall. On me? Really? Trucy's show is an important source of income for our agency, you know. You can leave the case to us, so just go ahead and run along now. Phoenix, what are you doing to her? But boss. Off you go, Athena. No, I don't want to die. We better get going too, Maya. Okay. Oh, my poor sweet Soren. I wonder how he's getting along without me. Hello, Ellen. Oh, thank God that noise stopped. Oh, it's giving me the chills. Oh, Mr. Wright, what's going to happen with the trial, do you think? Well, first and foremost, we have to hurry up and find this mystery person you saw just before you passed out. Do you think that person could be the real killer? It's quite possible, and if we can prove that, we can clear you of all charges. Actually, would you happen to know where Soren is right now? He's usually busy with meetings all afternoon, but he should be home by evening. I think I better go have a chat with him later then. Why am I being treated to a view of someone's underwear? Mr. Wright, don't tell me. You suspect my sweet Soren? Well, he is the one who masterminded the second reception after the time skip, so I thought he might be able to tell us something. How could you, Mr. Wright? You can't possibly think my Soren would never kill anyone. All right, just calm down. No, not if you're accusing my Soren. Please, I'm not accusing anybody. So please put the pan and ladle down, all right? Really? Cross my heart. So for now, would you mind if I ask you a few more things about the case? I better be careful not to provoke her. She's so cute when her hair is all scruffy. Like, honestly, what I would give for Gavin Brothers' backstory, because it's implied Kristoff basically raised Clavier in the absence of both their parents, and that's what a lot of us believe, but we still never actually see much of their relationship besides the brief glimpse in Turnabout Succession. Yeah, I am curious about that. Like, what made Kristoff the way he is? Why is he like that? What really triggered that just, like, pure success-driven evil? Like, something snapped in him. From Zach Enigmar. Or Zach or Mary. Whatever the fuck his name is, I hate that man anyway. Could you tell me about Soren? There's nothing to tell, he's squeaky clean. Alright, okay. Maybe I should avoid the topic of Soren right now. Let's talk about something else then. Fine, but you won't hear a peep out of me about Soren. Talk about pulling teeth. Could you tell me about Pierce Nickety then? Pierce, he came to Sprocket Manor about a year ago. As the family butler, he's now in charge of everything in the household. Only a year ago. Did he have some kind of special connection with the family? I'm just a maid, so I'm not privy to such things, I'm afraid. It might have been Soren's orders, but Pierce is the one who coordinated the whole thing. He's the one who really orchestrated the grand time travel farce. He must have quite a bit of authority in that family. But no matter how good he is at his job, how could anyone gain that much influence in a single year? I really don't know. I mean, he is an excellent butler. Wouldn't that explain it? Is it really as simple as that? What you thought was time travel was really just a cover-up carried out by your in-laws. Pierce said Soren was the one who ordered the whole thing. I still can't believe it, even if the second reception was fake. Soren would never use time travel for something like that. He's very serious about his time machine research, you know. poker Mary trial is Kristoff's Roman Empire. Yep. We still don't know what his black psyche locks are. I love the mystery of it, but also, Kristoff, tell me your secrets. Seriously, that man is a psychopath. And I love him as a villain. He's such a fucking psychopath in the craziest, most insane ways. The fact that he set a 7-year time bomb in that stamp. I heard there's a reason he's researching time machines, actually. Something about something he wishes he could change. But isn't the whole idea of traveling back in time itself a little fantastic? I don't think so. After all, Soren said real time travelers do exist. Really now? You think you know someone who actually traveled through time? That's right. I haven't seen it personally, but Soren said as much. So I believe it. Somebody who actually traveled through time, huh? It's pretty hard to believe. Thank you, Ellen. You are going out to do your investigation now, aren't you? Yes, that's right. Please make sure you don't cause Soren any trouble, okay? I'm afraid I can't promise you that. What? Please, whatever you do, please don't upset my poor Soren any further. I'm begging you. I'll do my best not to cause him any unnecessary trouble. I couldn't bear it if Soren ever came under suspicion. I'd rather be found guilty myself. Wah! Yikes. Ellen, please, don't work yourself up like this. You don't want Soren to worry, do you? She really looks like Princess Peach. I kind of adore her. God, the pulling of her corset is... No, you're right. And the floodwaters recede once more. So, what do we do now, Nick? Well, Ellen said Soren is usually in meetings until the evening, so let's save our house call until then. Why don't we go to the mooring dock and figure out our next move from there? Roger, Nick! So, where should we start? Let's see. Are there any places we haven't examined yet? We already investigated the reception hall and Sprocket Manor. I know we haven't looked at the Vista deck or the hold yet. Hey, you're right. We still got some pretty important places to examine, don't we? The Vista deck is the actual scene of the murder, right? And the lantern with the body was in it was stored in the hold. I think there's a good chance we'll find some important clues in those locations. Do we know how to get into the hold? Good question. I think it was labeled in that diagram of the airship in this pamphlet. There it is! Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go. Okay. I don't know why we couldn't have that conversation at the detention center, but it's fine. So, this is the hold. This is where Pierce orchestrated the whole cover-up operation. We better go over this place with a fine-tooth comb. Hey, Nick? Aren't you supposed to need a key card to get in here? Huh? You're right. I wonder why it was unlocked. How's it going, Mr. Wright? Oh. Emma, what are you doing here? Just a little independent investigating for my own sake. Gotta keep the mind sharp. So the door security system was turned off for the police investigation. We like to investigate the hold ourselves. Would that be alright? Yeah, sure. The police just finished their examination anyway. Thanks. We'll take a quick look around then. Oh, right! You should know that the floor doubles as a huge lift. You can use that lever way back there to raise it up to the Vista deck. The police inspected it already, but didn't find anything of particular interest, it seems. They definitely raised the floor to the Vista deck, and then they pulled the body inside. If you do go up to the Vista deck with the lift, be careful not to fall off. Got it, thanks. That goes double for you, Maya. Yes, ma'am! Well, let's get the show on the road. Alright. So there are 2 male peggable lanterns in the reception hall. Then that must mean that these 2 are female Peg-a-cow lanterns. Larry got their sexes mixed up when he replaced the one in the reception hall, huh? Didn't he see the horns? The difference is pretty glaring if you ask me. and yet he managed not to notice. That's what makes Larry Larry. And Larry being Larry is why I've seen more than my fair share of trouble for a lifetime. Oh, Mr. Wright? You know that lantern the victim was found inside of in the reception hall? I'm just about to go piece it back together so the police can examine it. Oh, okay. We'll stop by for a look too once you're done fixing it. Okay. Interesting. What's that, a wedding bell? According to the pamphlet, it's used on the Vista deck during wedding ceremonies to bless the newlyweds. I guess they disassemble and store it away here in the hold when it's not being used. Oh, it's a cake, Nick, a cake! It's so big, they wouldn't miss one little piece, would they? If you're that in the mood for a mouthful of styrofoam, sure, knock yourself out. You mean it's not real? Well, it sure fooled me. I was so ready to have some of that. I'm really craving cake now. Come on, Nick, let's go get some. Maybe after the trial is over. Okay, I don't want to click on that in case it takes me up. So this is the airship's engine. It's pretty impressive. And it's all rhythmic like a heartbeat. It's the literal heart of the Flying Chapel. Look at all those huge gears spinning around and around and around and around and... Oh, I think I'm starting to get dizzy. Yeah, me too. These are the flowers we saw in Larry's photo. The petals make them look like little gears. Perfect flower for the Sprocket family, huh? Maybe they were going to shower the couple with the petals. You mean kind of like how people throw rice or confetti? Yeah, like that. Only these were found at the scene of a murder instead. Oh, look, there's the lever to the lift Emma told us about. Let's try going up in it. I'll go flip the switch. Here goes nothing. Wait, I'm not even on it yet. Oh. Oh. Hey, Maya, stop the lift. Whoops, sorry, I got a little carried away. Never mind that, move over a little. Okay. Is that blood? Blood, let me see. Could it be Mr. Gloomsbury's blood? Well, this lift goes up to the Vista deck where the murder took place, so I think that's the most logical conclusion. But I thought the victim was clubbed to death, and that there wasn't much blood. Something tells me I'd better take a picture of this. Yeah, y'all should get that tested. I should ask Emma about it some more later. Maya, can you bring the lift back down now? You got it. I'll flip the switch again. There. I didn't read that. Whatever. Whatevs. Done! I want to find out some more about that bloodstain, but for now I guess we should go up to the Vista deck and take a look around the actual crime scene for ourselves. The view must be great from up there. I bet it'd be awesome. It'll be awesome. You mean it would be if it wasn't the scene of a murder. Okay, to the Vista deck we go. Make sure you actually get on the lift this time, Nick. I know, I know. Okay, I'll just flip the switch again and away we go. Wow, look at the gorgeous view. So this is where Ellen was attacked and Mr. Gloomsbury was killed. Yeesh, one wrong step and it's splat on the ground below. Should we go investigate the stuff that's a little closer to the edge? Well, I don't see much of anything over there. The police investigation didn't turn up any clues either, so maybe we don't need to? Oh, I get it. You're scared, aren't you, Nick? Of course not. Come on, let's go back down and finish checking out the hold. Phoenix, you big scaredy pants. God, we really have to watch this go all the way down. Alright. Is that the only thing? Oh no. These must be the dishes and glasses they used at the receptions. Very fancy. I bet we'd be in big trouble if we broke any of them. Ooh, I want to see Nick. You, young lady, need to stay far, far away from them. Nick, you think I'm gonna break them, don't you? Let's just say your rap sheet for breaking things doesn't help your case. Alright, I'll do this for... Oh, look, Nick, it's an airplane. I wonder if Soren built that one too. Hey, why don't we take it for a spin? Just a quick tour around the neighborhood. And who do you propose is going to pilot that wooden death trap? Me, of course. Who else? Don't worry, I've seen people fly airplanes on TV plenty of times. I think I'll pass. I've still got my whole life ahead of me. Alright, let's... Emma, about this bloodstain. Doesn't something about it strike you as odd? What's so odd about the victim's blood? That's not exactly... There's just something about it that bothers me. Now that you mention it, I can't say I necessarily disagree with you. Maybe I should talk about this some more with her. Alright, cool. Any progress with your investigation? Nothing conclusive yet, I'm afraid. Almost everybody was involved with the cover-up, so it's hard to know who or what to believe. I know what you mean. Unless you have some compelling evidence, I'm afraid it's going to be a tough trial for you. You're telling me there isn't much time left, so I've just got to make do with and see what I can turn up. About this bloodstain. I'm thinking it's probably the victim's blood, but the victim was clubbed to death, right? Yeah, but he could have been bleeding from his nose, or maybe he spat it out. I won't really know for sure until I look into it some more. I see. There's still something about it that bothers me, though. Okay. It's absolutely unbelievable. What kind of monster would plan to commit a murder on somebody's happiest day? I take it that means you don't have any significant new leads. No, I'm afraid not. You? I've got nothing. Well, I wish I could be of more help. Well, thanks anyway. I appreciate it. All we can do is keep on keeping on, right? Okay. Investigate the hold. I'm not done investigating the hold. What do I need to present to her? So you're sure this is the murder weapon in this case? Positive. The shape of the victim's injuries and the shape of this clock are a perfect match. I see. I dare say that if somebody were to get knocked over the head with this thing, it's more likely to cut off their future than send them to the past. I can't disagree with you there. Okay. Okay. I'm just gonna see what I'm missing. Select this. Talk to Emma. Examine the candelabra. Okay, I've missed examining something, apparently. Candelabra. Oh, you bitch. Okay. Huh? Looks like there are some fingerprints on this candelabra. Yeah, I just got done dusting that. I was about to pull a set of left-hand prints. Able to pull a set of left-hand prints. Do you know whose prints they are? Yes. Prints belong to the victim, Dumas Gloomsbury. Nick! I just figured out something amazing. You did? Get this! If the fingerprints on the candelabra were from his left hand, then Mr. Doomengloom must have been left-handed. What do you think of that? Do I have the makings of a great detective or what? You're real silly Sally if you thought that deduction was in any way encyclopedic. Hey, you're pretty good, Maya. I looked into it myself and sure enough, the victim really was left-handed. Really? I got it right? Awesome! Good for you, Maya. Good for you? That's all you gotta say? I think you did a real great job, Maya. Way to go. I guess one can never have too much info. Now you're talking. But come to think of it, this candelabra isn't in the photo Larry took of the hold, is it? That picture was taken when they were getting ready for the first reception, right? Candelabra must have been brought in here sometime after that then. It's still possible it has something to do with the incident, though. I better add it to the evidence file just in case. Okay. Oh, by the way, Mr. Wright, you can have this fingerprint powder if you like. You're giving this to us? Sure. I have 4 other sets. Thanks. I feel like there's something more to this candelabra, but I can't put my finger on it. Okay. Not gonna let me examine it. Wait, maybe I present it to her. Okay. Bigger cows and live controls. Okay. Talk to Emma about the candelabra. Oh, it's a thing here. Cool. Emma, can we check out this candelabra a little more? A little more? What do you... Oops! What happened? I almost dropped the candelabra and the candle slipped off. Well, let's be careful with that. It might be important evidence. Wait a minute. Now what? One of the pins that hold the candles is broken. What? There's definitely something fishy about this candelabra. There is? What makes you say that? Call it forensic investigators' intuition. We already dusted this for prints earlier, so let's test this with luminol this time. Knowing Emma, she'd use every test she has at the same time if she could. Just hold on, this will only take a second. I hope this turns up a new lead somehow. Well, Emma, did you find anything? Take a look at this, Mr. Wright. What is all that blood doing on there? Maybe somebody got hurt while they were setting up for the reception? These pins are pretty sharp. But if one of the pins is broken, it means there was some... It means there was some force involved. Do you think maybe somebody got stabbed? But nobody reported anything like that. That's quite a bit of blood. I wonder whose it is. If I have anything that might shed some light on that, I should probably show it to Emma. Now I can talk about the bloodstain again. About this bloodstain. What about it? There's something about it that's been bothering me. Oh yeah? What's that? Well, there's a huge bloodstain on the crime scene lift and a bloodstained candelabra. Now, this is only a guess, but I'm thinking maybe these 2 bloodstains are from the same source. Yeah, interesting. It's interesting I had to get both of those things. I'm thinking maybe these 2 bloodstains are from the same source. I guess that is a possibility. Can we compare the 2 bloodstains? Would that take a lot of time? Are you kidding? Don't underestimate the power of science. It'll be done in a jiffy. And the results are in. That didn't take long now, did it? It seems that the blood from the lift and the candelabra are from the same person. Okay. Well, the victim was clubbed to death, and there wasn't all that much blood. But if this isn't Mr. Bloomsbury's blood... Well, this is just a guess, but what if Mr. Bloomsbury stabbed somebody with the candelabra pin? That would explain both the huge bloodstain on the lift and the blood on the candelabra. Oh my goodness! If that's true, then that means there was somebody else present at the scene of the murder. It does, doesn't it? This just might substantiate Ellen's statement about a third person. Emma, could you have this blood analyzed? Sure thing! A mysterious bloodstain on a candelabra with the victim's prints on it. This just might be the thing to back up Ellen's memory of seeing a third person. Next up, the reception hall. Might be worth taking another look around in there. The reception hall? The forensics team is in there investigating right now. Oh, they are? Well, we don't have time to just sit around, so let's go check out something else. Good idea. We could go question some people. Especially Soren. I have quite a few questions for that guy. Sounds good, Nick. Off to do some legal work then? Or legwork then? Yep, I thought we'd head to Soren's house for starters. He was accompanying the police on their investigation here earlier, but he's probably home by now. Great. Thanks. Later, Emma. Alright. Where? A foyer. can't get over how gorgeous Sprocket Manor is. Just don't touch anything. I wasn't going to. She was definitely going to. I was told I had guests. Thank you for seeing us, Soren. We know you're busy. We'd like to ask you a few questions about the case if you wouldn't mind. Soren? You're Ellen's lawyer, right? Huh? Yes, that's right. Don't tell me he doesn't remember me. Will Ellen be found guilty? We're doing everything we can to prevent that. That's why we're here investigating. Will you please tell us what you know? Soren? Alright, fine. What was that pause all about? It was you who gave the order for that large-scale cover-up plan, isn't that right? What large-scale cover-up? Don't play dumb with us! You held 2 wedding receptions in order to try and cover up Mr. Gloomsbury's murder. Ellen thought that, through the power of the timekeeper you built, she traveled back in time. Ah, so that's why there were 2 receptions. Wait, does he seriously not know why the reception was held twice? Looks like I'll have to delve deeper here. So the cover-up scheme, that fake trip through time, you're not the one who was behind it all? Pierce Nickety stated in court that you were the one who ordered it to be carried out. Pierce said that? I see. I leave him in charge of everything around me. So whatever he decides is, in essence, my decision too. So I take it that you didn't know anything about the cover-up. That's none of your business. But you were in 2 wedding receptions in a row, and still you claim to know nothing? I have nothing more to say to you. Please leave. But Soren! Buddy, I'm trying to save your wife. Ow! Oh, there's something written on this paper airplane. Let's see. Go away! Doesn't get clearer than that, huh? He's looking especially uncooperative, but maybe I can grab his attention somehow. There's still that one piece of evidence I don't know much about. It's worth a try. Which evidence? I don't know, girly pop. How about let's talk about your dead sister. Sis, I'm sure your sister would want the truth of this case to be known. How rude. Is intruding on the private lives of others a part of your job as a lawyer? Oh, I apologize. I guess showing him the picture of his sister wasn't such a good idea after all. I mean, how about the pterodactyl? Okay. Soren, have you ever seen this before? That's... Soren, what is it? Oh, I love that it's dropping the lead. Oh, it's such a good little touch. Nothing. Why did his whole demeanor change all of a sudden? He's gone pale as a ghost, too. Oh! Soren! Nick, look at his stomach, he's bleeding! Somebody help! Soren's collapsed. Oh, Soren got stabbed. Master Soren! Get him to the hospital quickly now! Poor Soren. That must be one serious wound. What is it, Nick? Well, when I showed him the candelabra, his whole demeanor changed. So I was just thinking that maybe his injury is... Huh? What's this? It's Soren's notebook. He must have dropped it in a rush to get him to the hospital. Ooh, his notebook, huh? I wonder what's written in it, don't you? Come on, you know you want to take a peek. Soren's notebook. What to do, what to do. Yeah, I'm gonna take a peek. I feel guilty snooping around in somebody's personal notebook, but maybe we should take a look-see. Of course, Phoenix would say look-see. Whoa, it's filled with big words written in tiny letters. I guess he uses this notebook to write down his invention ideas. Huh? What is it? Did you find something? After March 8th of last year, the content of this notebook changes drastically. Like how? Well, ever since that date, Soren's been writing down every detail of his life, as in every. Maybe he decided to start keeping a diary? But this is way too detailed to be an ordinary diary. Either he's really compulsive, or maybe just plain forgetful. But is it really as simple as that? I feel like something happened on March 8th that made Soren change. Well, why don't you let me take a look at that, and I'll tell you. Hey, Maya, let go or we'll rip it. Now look what you did. You dropped it. You should have just let me take a look. How is this my fault? Oh no, Nick. It fell into that pool of Soren's blood. Oh my god. I can't read a thing on these 2 pages now. Uh-oh, you're gonna get it. You're gonna get it now. Ugh, I guess it really is my fault after all. Let's just put it away carefully for now. Can't let anything else happen to it here. That's unfortunate. Hey, look, something's sticking out of the notebook. It looks like a newspaper article. Let's see. It's about the car accident Soren's sister died in. Happened on March 8th. That's the day Soren's notebook completely changed. Oh, wow. What else does it say? It says the driver at the time of the incident was Dumas Gloomsbury. It says Soren was in the car too, and that he had sustained severe injuries. It's just like Pierce said. Soren completely changed after the accident. So Gloomsbury was driving the car when they got into that accident. That opens up the distinct possibility of Soren holding a grudge against Gloomsbury. You think Soren could have... I don't know. It's not like I have any proof. We should talk to Pierce about this when we return Soren's notebook to him. Though he doesn't seem to be here right now. Maybe he's at the Flying Chapel. Okay, back to the chapel. The dock? Sure hope Pierce is around here somewhere. Mr. Wright and Miss Fay. Hello, Pierce. We were just looking for you. I'm sorry for Master Soren's sudden departure earlier. You have my sincerest apologies. It was totally understandable, really, but shouldn't you be at his side right now? It's fine. The other servants are with him, and I'm in constant contact with them. Do not forget to give him his pain medication, and be sure to keep him hydrated. Also, see to it that he is not up and about. He needs complete bed rest. Is this what happens when you're too rich for normal, pleasant phones? Peasant phones? I must return to Master Soren now, but did you want something of me? Actually, here's Soren's notebook. He dropped it when he collapsed. I hope Pierce doesn't notice the bloodstain. Oh, thank you very much for this. I will see to it personally that Master Soren gets it back. Thank you. Soren's notebook is given to Pierce. I trust you did not look inside. Oh, of course not, huh? Because it is filled with numerous patent-worthy ideas, you see. Look, I know you're busy, but would you mind if I asked you a few questions about the case? Well, as I said, I must be getting back to Master Soren. So if you can make it quick, I would greatly appreciate it. Alright, I'll make this as quick as I can. I'd like to ask you about the cover-up you tried to pull off, if you don't mind. I told everything there is to tell in court already. Disposing of anything that may harm this Rocket family's reputation is simply a part of my job. Sounds like a lovely job description. I have nothing more to say on the matter. I will say I do not think it's wise to spend time on topics that have already been discussed. Right. Pierce, could you tell us more about this accident? Where did you find that? And did I not already tell you about that accident? You did, but you conveniently left out one crucial detail. The fact that Dumas Gloomsbury was driving the car at the time. God, all of his movements are so slow. Oh, did I not mention that? I suppose it simply did not come up then. If Mr. Gloomsbury caused the accident, why didn't the Sprocket family fire him? Wouldn't that usually be the natural consequence of such a huge mistake? Please do not misunderstand. Bloomsbury stayed on with the family. On Master Soren's request. What? That is the type of person Master Soren is. Perhaps it was the influence of Miss Selena's kind nature. She was such a sweet person that even in her last moments, she thought of Master Soren. Not only did Soren not hold a grudge against Gloomsbury, he insisted on keeping him on. Now, I really don't understand about how that guy's mind works. So, you were present for Selena Sprockett's last moments? Yes, in my professional capacity. The accident happened on the way to a certain party. And what kind of a party was it? It was Miss Selena's engagement party. Whoa. Bloomsbury's injuries were minor, but Miss Selena's and Master Soren's were critical. They were brought to the Sprocket family's regular hospital. Wow, to have such a terrible thing happen on what was to be a day of celebration. Thanks to the surgeon in charge, Master Soren pulled through, but Miss Selena, she... Was it your girlfriend? The last words Miss Selena said to me were... yeah, it's her watch. Please help Soren. It's the same watch. I was thinking that earlier, but I don't know if I voiced it. Ever since then, I've attended Master Soren and tried to help him in any way I can. I see. Selena's fiancé must have been devastated. Indeed. The shock of losing Miss Selena was so great, he quit being a surgeon. He was a surgeon? Wait, so the surgeon who tried to save them both, was he? Yes, he was Miss Selena's fiancé. What a terrible tragedy. How awful. So, where is her fiancé now? Good question. I wonder that sometimes myself. So, Selena had a fiancé. I'd like to find out more about him, but I doubt I'll find him anytime soon. So, are we done here? I'm afraid I must be going. Could you please just tell me a little more about Soren? There's nothing more to tell. I can't seem to get any real answers out of him just by asking him questions. There is that piece of evidence I still don't know much about. Maybe he'll be able to tell me something about it. I guess it's the fucking candelabra again? Pierce, have you ever seen this candelabra before? No, I don't know anything about it. Yeah, bitch. My Magatama reacted. Pierce must be trying to hide something from me. I had to break those psyche locks and find out what. Would love to do that. The Magatama in this game is so much easier than the last games because I don't have to, like, discover it and then go do 4 other investigations to make sure I have all the right information for it. Pierce, you're hiding something from me about this candelabra, aren't you? Stop being so slow! Is it one of the candelabras from the Flying Chapel, is it not? Is there something special about it? Actually, yes. There's some blood on it, you see. I think the blood might belong to this person. Where's Soren?
Take that!
Soren has a rather nasty wound on his body, doesn't he? Yes, Master Soren is indeed injured. Are any of the other people involved with this case injured? Not as far as I know. I see. Then let me ask you this, Pierce. Do you suppose Soren could have been more directly involved than you're letting on? What in the world would make you think that? Oh, I've got my reasons. Mr. Gloomsbury's fingerprints were found on this candelabra stem, which leads me to believe that Mr. Gloomsbury stabbed Soren with it. You cannot possibly think Master Soren is the one responsible for the murder. I don't have any conclusive evidence of that at the moment, but I do think he had a motive. This proves that Soren had a motive to kill Mr. Gloomsbury.
Take that!
Even though it was an accident, Mr. Gloomsbury was the man responsible for taking Soren's sister away. Let us suppose that Gloomsbury did stab Master Soren with the candelabra. Can you prove that it had anything to do with this case? He might have been stabbed at some other location for some other reason. Sorry, but I can prove that it was related to this case. Oh, really? Soren's stabbing and Mr. Gloomsbury's death are definitely connected. Oh my god. Are they now? This is the piece of evidence that ties... Yeah.
Take that!
Easy peasy lemon squeezy. A bloodstain was found on the side of the lift that goes between the hold and the Vista deck. Its blood matches the blood that's on the candelabra. I obtained the results straight from the police, so I can assure you this information is correct. This blood stain on the lift indicates an important fact. It shows us that the murderer Soren was there during the crime. Soren's blood is on the lift, which can only mean one thing. He was there, wasn't he? Soren was at the scene of the crime. You are very astute, Mr. Wright. It appears I cannot hide this from you any longer. Very well. I will tell you everything. Thanks, dude. I still kind of suspect you of being the murderer, but, you know, because I'm pretty sure you're the fiancé. Could you tell me about Soren's injury? Very well. This is what I heard directly from Master Soren himself. As you surmised, Master Soren was stabbed by Bloomsbury on the day of the murder. It happened after the first wedding reception. The happy couple was in the reception hall when suddenly Bloomsbury appeared. He attacked Miss Ellen and tried to take her away. Master Soren went to stop him and found himself in a struggle with Bloomsbury. That is when Master Soren was stabbed with the candelabra, he said. Even though Master Soren was badly injured, he went after Bloomsbury. So Soren really was at the scene of the murder, wasn't he? Yes, that is correct. However, by the time Master Soren arrived at the scene, Bloomsbury had already been murdered. So Pierce is saying that Soren was at the scene of the crime, but that he didn't have anything to do with the murder itself. Even still, why did you try to keep such important information from me? I'm very sorry. Master Soren's injury and Bloomsbury's murder were not directly related, so I decided not to mention it so as not to unnecessarily complicate the investigation. Now then, I am sorry, but I am afraid I really must go now. Please excuse me. Thank you for your time. Pierce should have just told us everything in the first place and saved us a lot of time. Yeah, but I guess it isn't that simple for him. He is the family butler, after all. He sure didn't make our job any easier, though, did he? But at least we learned something new. Soren was at the scene of the crime. That's true. One step forward is better than none. So, what next, Nick? Let's see. The forensics team might be done investigating the reception hall by now. Let's go check it out. Sounds like a plan. It looks like the police are done with their investigation in here. Wonder if it's okay for us to take a look around now. Oh, hi, Mr. Wright. Hi, Emma. Would it be alright if we investigate in this room now? Sure, the police are all done, so go for it. Oh, remember that broken lantern? I restored it to perfection. I have to say, it's some of my best work. Sounds like the repair job was a resounding success. Thanks, Emma. We'll take a good look at it, too. Well, I have to be getting back to the station. Try not to mess up the crime scene if you can help it. We'll be careful. I'll be seeing you. Okay. Bye, Emma, and thank you. Well, shall we get started? Alright. Nick! What's wrong, Maya? God, I'm just throwing my phone across my desk, apparently. You love that. Anyway, this hasn't moved an inch since the last time we looked at it. It would be pretty creepy if it had. Look, we're in the middle of an important investigation, so try not to shout, okay? Just I was hoping it had changed somehow, you know, so it would be more interesting. Last thing we need is for things to get more interesting. Okay. There's the bowl. Here's the broken lantern, all patched up. And I do mean patched. No, they did it wrong. Emma said that was some of her best work, so I know she put a lot of effort into it. The wrong thingies on the outside. The wrong screwy handle? Handle. It's pretty smashed up. It must have been a lot of work to piece it back together. Well, she gets an A for effort at any rate. Huh? This wheel's handle's on the back has some blood on it. It looks like somebody gripped it with a bloody hand. Maybe the blood got there when the killer was putting old Doom and Gloom's body inside. Do you see anything else worth noting? Well, there's another one of these lanterns over there. So it might be a good idea to really compare the two later. Yep. Yep. Mm-hmm. This is the unbroken peggable lantern. And this is the one that Emma restored. I wouldn't say they look exactly the same. More that they're made of the same parts. Wait a minute. What is it, Maya? I think there's something off about this peggable. Just about everything about it looks off to me. I'm not quite sure what it is, but some detail isn't quite right. Show me the restored lantern again? Yeah. Maya, we got it. Hey, I know. It's this, right? What? Where? The color of the wheel handle. Look, it's the wheel handle. It's a different color altogether. Emma got the inside and outside wheel handles switched around. Oh, wow, you're right! And there's blood here on this handle, as if somebody gripped it with a bloody hand. Right, which means that the blood got on the handle from inside the lantern. So he was alive when they put him inside? Do you think the blood got there when the killer was putting the body in the lantern? It's really hard to say at this point. Okay. It's another beautiful day outside, isn't it? Yeah, if only it wasn't the scene of a murder, then we could really enjoy it. True. Must be tough for the maids to have to work on a beautiful day like today. Oh, we don't mind. Whoa, I didn't think you could hear me way over here. We don't think of it as simply cleaning. It's more like we're wiping all of the sadness stuck to this airship. Wow, talk about devoted. This is where the murder weapon, the timekeeper, was displayed. Guess it's in police custody now. Huh? What's this? A key? Let's ask the maid about it. Good idea. She might be able to tell us something. Excuse me, could I ask you a question? Oh, of course. What would you like to know? Do you know anything about this key? It's the key that starts up the timekeeper. A startup key? That's right. Oh, the first startup of love ceremony was so beautiful. The bride and groom each had a symbol of their love, and when they put them together, oh, how romantic it was. Okay. First setup of love ceremony? What exactly did that entail? Oh, it's a ceremony in which the couple activated the timekeeper together for the first time. I suppose it was kind of like a cake cutting ceremony. And what are these symbols of their love you mentioned? Well, that's kind of an industry secret, so I can't really say. I'm sorry, I better be getting back to my work. Looks like there's an order from above not to talk about it. Hey, I think that tablecloth is new. They must have changed it since yesterday. Huh? How can you tell? Because the food stains that were there are now gone. I should have known it's because it was food related. I guess we checked out everything of interest in this area. Okay. Now what do I need to look at? Hey, take a look at that door. I wonder where it goes. Shall we open it up and see? Oh, wait, don't open that. It's the emergency escape hatch. At least if he's directly outside, you'll fall to your deaths. Oh, that was a close one, huh, Maya? I'll say. Okay. Phew. Well, I think we've checked out everything relevant to this case. What are you two doing here? Wait, what are you doing here? Oh, it's him. Soren, shouldn't you be resting in bed? You're injured. How do you know about that? Never mind. My notebook. Have you seen my notebook? I can't find it anywhere. My notebook. I need my notebook. What's the matter with him? My notebook. I have to have... Master Soren. Master Soren, I told you to stay in bed. My notebook. Here you go. Yes, this is it. Soren is emotionally unstable without that notebook of his. Whew. Looks like he calmed down now. Soren, do you mind if I talk to you for a minute? I cannot allow you to do that. What if his wound were to open up again? He needs to rest. Ugh, I guess you're right. Now, if you'll excuse us. Master Soren, let us retire. All right. There they go. Pierce is right. I guess he really isn't in any condition to be questioned. Well, let's go back to the agency and sort through what we've learned. Oh. Nope. I did the wrong fucking thing. I wasn't expecting to be on the agency. We're back. Anybody here? Oh, hi, boss. Athena, I thought you were with Trucy. I guess you could say that I'm taking a short break. But enough about me. What about the investigation? Did you find out anything? Well, it turns out that the third person Ellen says she saw at the crime scene might have been Soren Sprocket. What? Really? I always thought he seemed suspicious. Thing is, by the time Soren got to the Vista deck, the murder had already occurred, apparently. No way, I don't buy that. Not for a second. It's a cover-up. A cover-up, I tell you. That's certainly a possibility. And as a lawyer, it's certainly a possibility I have to pursue, but what? It's your job, right? So pursue the heck out of it. Oh god, what if this is somebody falling out of that hatch? That emergency hatch. Or like jumping out of it. I don't know. Just do it. Yeah, but is that really what's best for Ellen? Soren could be found guilty if the truth comes out tomorrow. But if we don't pursue this possibility, Ellen could be found guilty instead. Oh man, either way, it sure doesn't spell out happily ever after for the two of them. So what are you gonna do, Mr. Wright? I can't let an innocent person get convicted, so I guess all I can really do is pursue the truth. Even if it ends up devastating Ellen. What a tough call to make. Still, there's always a chance, right? Maybe something will come up during the trial that will save their marriage. I hope so. I really do. Well, Maya, let's go. Break the news to Ellen, you mean? Yep. Mr. Wright, please take me with you. I bet I could help you counsel Ellen through this piece of bad news. Athena, I appreciate the offer, but don't you have somewhere else to be? Do I? Athena, what are you doing here? I've been looking all over for you. Come on now, let's get back to practicing. No, wait, my body can't take it anymore. Boss, you gotta help me. A lawyer always keeps their promises, Athena. But boss. If you bail on me one more time, Athena, I'm going to use a real blade on you. Trucy! Trucy doll. Sorry, Athena, but somebody's got to do it. Better you than me, though. Jesus, hang in there, kiddo. Come on, Maya. We better get going. Alright. Did we literally just go there to have that scene play out? Like... Hello, Ellen. How did your investigation go, Mr. Wright? Before I answer that, I need to ask you something. Was Soren with you when Mr. Gloomsbury attacked you in the reception hall? I'm sorry I kept it from you. I was afraid that he'd come under suspicion if I told you. So I kept quiet about it. I'm really sorry. I see. I thought it was probably something like that. Listen, Ellen, I'm afraid I had to make a very difficult decision based on what I found. What kind of decision? This is very hard for me to say, but the mysterious person you saw at the scene of the crime was most likely Soren. What? In other words, in court tomorrow, I'm afraid I'll have to propose the possibility that Soren is the true culprit. No, Soren is innocent. No. But don't you see, if I don't try to pursue that line of thought, you'll be found guilty. No. Please, Ellen, calm down. Wah! Soren just can't be found guilty. I'd much rather I be found guilty instead. Ellen, you can't let yourself think like that. But, no. Marriage is for life, right? Do you really think you can run away from the truth and still be truly happy with him? You're not married, so how can you possibly understand? Sometimes you just gotta do whatever it takes to make things work. But, Nick, you talk to her. Hey, don't just dump this all on me. Mr. Wright, I'm innocent and Soren is too. So please, prove our innocence in court. I'll certainly do everything in my power. I just hope she doesn't lose control like this in court tomorrow. To be continued? Okay. Let's see how long these next parts are. I feel fine, but okay. The next part is very short. And then the last part is also pretty short. Okay, I think we'll be fine. I think it might be a 5.5 to 6 hour stream, but I think we can finish it tonight. There's only like 4 parts, 4 pieces in each section of those. It's like 2 cross examinations maybe. So the one thing we found out yesterday is that Soren was there at the scene of the crime. I only hope I can get some testimony from him that'll get to the heart of the matter. Mr. Wright. Good morning, Ellen. Look, I'm afraid you might not like the result of today's trial. Nevertheless, don't tell me you're still thinking of going that route. Soren is innocent. He can't be found guilty. Take me instead. Ellen, please, try and get a hold of yourself. I believe in Soren with all my heart, so how dare you doubt him? Regardless of which one of them is found guilty today, it's going to be devastating for Ellen, isn't it? We'll just have to do everything we can. That's the best we can do, you know? Trial is about to begin, Mr. Wright. Alright, let's go, Maya. Yeah. We're fucking doing it, guys. The court is back in session for the trial of Ellen Wyatt. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Yeah. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Let's see now, where were we? In yesterday's session, we found out about the Sprocket family's conspiracy to cover up the murder of Dumas Gloomsbury with a second reception. Taking advantage of our collective shock, the defense, as usual, made a nonsensical claim, namely that there was a third person present who struck the victim.
Objection!
Hey, don't try to make it sound like I made it all up. The defendant herself made a statement about the existence of a third person, and further investigation has only proven her statement to be true. I presume the defense intends to focus on proving the identity of this third person. Is that all right with you, Mr. Edgeworth? Indeed, Your Honor. In fact, I predict that the defense will, most likely, attempt to name Mr. Soren Sprocket as the true culprit. How did you... The driver during the accident that killed Mr. Sprocket's sister was the victim. Therefore, Mr. Sprocket had motive to murder Mr. Gloomsbury. That's what you plan to assert, is it not, Mr. Wright? Am I that transparent? Come now, Mr. Wright. Did you really think the police wouldn't uncover this information? Congrats on getting it in one, Mr. Edgeworth. But... You're wrong. Soren didn't do it. He's innocent. Miss Wyatt, please. He's innocent, I tell you. What is this, Mr. Wright? I thought your claim about the existence of a third person came from the defendant. It did. This is just a minor hiccup. Did you not discuss your strategy for today with the defendant, Mr. Wright? Starting off on the wrong foot again is seriously cutting into my lifespan. It would appear the defense is in disarray. Therefore, the best way to clear things up is to ask Mr. Sprocket himself what happened. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to call Soren Sprocket to the stand. What? Very well. Bailiff, please bring Mr. Sprocket to the witness stand. Hi, bud. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Ow! There's something written on this paper airplane. Let's see. Soren Sprocket, Managing Director of Sprocket Aviation. Mr. Sprocket, please give your answer in words, not paper airplanes. Now then, Mr. Sprocket, please tell that doubting lawyer there what really happened at the time of the crime. Well, Mr. Sprocket? Mr. Sprocket. Alright. You want me to talk about what happened when the crime occurred? In other words, after the first wedding reception, when Ellen and I were in the reception hall, right? Not even the power of the court can stop him from marching to the beat of his own drum. I was stabbed by Dumas in the reception hall, and I collapsed to the floor. Next thing I saw was Ellen and Dumas on the Vista deck. I knew Ellen was in danger, so I headed for the Vista deck. But when I got there, Dumas was already... I don't want to believe it, but it must have been Ellen. Nothing else makes sense. I don't think it was, girly pop. Wait just a minute here. You actually think Miss White killed the victim? That's right. Dumas was killed by Ellen. This is unbelievable. How can you suspect your bride, the woman you love?
Objection!
That is not Edgeworth. I hate listening to that every fucking time. Ugh. That's Manfred von Karma in a trench coat. The truth can be cruel. Miss Wyatt, you must be very upset. Is there anything you wish to say? No, I can't believe this. Soren, I thought that at least you would believe in me. The best way now to show your love for your groom is to admit your guilt and try to atone. Soren...
Hold it!
Mr. Edgeworth, I haven't even cross-examined the witness yet. And quit picking on the clearly distraught. Yeah, that's not cool. That's so not cool, Mr. Edgeworth. The court is where we seek the truth, and the truth is unyielding even to the truly pitiful. Mr. Edgeworth, I find it distasteful to make a lady cry. I love it. I love that the judges... A2, Your Honor. Edgeworth, you need to chill. So what are you going to do, Nick? If the third person Ellen saw on the Vista deck was Soren, then we have to prove Soren was there at the time of the murder. I don't see any obvious inconsistencies in his testimony, but we have to push forward. Everybody stretch. You haven't in a while. Alright. I collapsed on the floor. The thing I saw was Ellen on the Vista deck. And he was in danger, so I headed. When I got there, Dumas was already...
Hold it!
Are you absolutely sure, Mr. Sprocket, that by the time you got to the Vista deck, the murder had already been committed? Yes. But the Vista deck is just on the other side of the glass windows of the reception hall. Shouldn't you have been able to get there right away?
Objection!
Mr. Wright, have you investigated nothing? The only way to the Vista deck is to go to the hold and take the lift. Oh my god. I've been looking at this map wrong the entire time. I kept seeing this as like a flat map, you know, like most maps are. I was like, what is these paths? This is the top of the blimp and that's the bottom of the blimp. I'm just stupid. Wow. No matter how much one hurries, it would take at least 10 minutes. Well, that's unhelpful. So Soren had to have gotten there before the murder, or my claim won't stand. Do you have any ideas for me, Maya? It's definitely easier to prove that someone did go to the hold than not. I mean, you can't leave anything you don't go someplace. You can't leave anything if you don't go someplace, right? Can't leave anything? Wait a minute. I think Maya's onto something here. The lack of a certain something actually proves that Soren didn't go to the hold. What's the matter? Are you stumped already? No, I'm far from stumped, Mr. Edgeworth. I know for a fact that Sprocket didn't go to the hold. You and your paper-thin bluffs. Mr. Sprocket's bloodstain on the lift proves he went through the hold. So what possible proof could you have that he did not, in fact, go through there? You want proof? I got it. You got it. You can do this, Phoenix. There's got to be proof that Soren didn't go through the hold. Well, Mr. Wright? This proves that Mr. Sprocket didn't go through the hold. Oh, he's not on the entry records. It's gotta be this, right? As anybody can see from the hold entry record, there's absolutely no mention of Soren Sprocket entering the hold. The defense asserts that Mr. Sprocket used a different route to get to the Vista deck. You can assert all you want, Mr. Wright, but can you actually prove another route exists? Can I prove the existence of another route to the Vista deck? I can, I guess. I can prove it. Even if it's just a bluff, I have to present something. Anything that could prove the existence of a faster route to the Vista deck. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Show us how Mr. Sprocket got to the Vista deck. Made it through here. This, right?
Take that!
To save his bride from danger, Mr. Sprocket opened the escape hatch and made his way along outside the wall to the Vista deck. Isn't that right, Mr. Sprocket? That would certainly be a much faster route to the Vista deck. I'm disappointed, Mr. Wright. Is that really the best you can muster? That escape hatch is not meant to be used to get from the reception hall to the Vista deck. One slip and that's all it would take for Mr. Sprocket to plunge to his death. I have to agree, the defense's claim is really stretching it. I understand how it sounds, Your Honor. But at this point, it's too early to definitively say that he didn't go that way. So that's what you're going with then, I take it? Of course, Your Honor. This is real life, Mr. Wright, not some cinematic drivel or comic book. Do you have some sort of logical explanation to share that would convince us of your claim? I do. Are you sure, Nick? Kind of. Actually, I have nothing. So I'll just have to wing it somehow. On what do you base your theory that Mr. Sprocket made his way along the outside? My theory is that he was able to go along the outside wall despite the danger based on the power of love. It's gotta be, because the other two don't make any sense. To save the bride he loves, the groom risked his life and rushed to her side. Mr. Sprocket was able to make it to the Vista deck despite the danger because of the power of love. The power of love? That love is a source of strength that can help one overcome any obstacle. I think I can relate thanks to my own long, happy marriage. Wow, he actually seems to be buying it. So you have a long, happy marriage, and then you were oogling that woman's breasts in that earlier case. Judge. Nasty man. The power of love, you say? That kind of illogical argument is hardly viable in a court of law. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? I'm afraid not, Mr. Edgeworth. You should never underestimate the power of love. You'll understand one day when you get married, which I won't. I love him. Exactly what is so wrong with wishing to remain unwed? My sweet man. Way to set him off, Your Honor. Phoenix has definitely had this conversation with him before. It's like... Never mind all this unscientific nonsense. Are you aware, Mr. Wright, that at the time of the crime... My hand's getting cold. There was a huge propeller turning at full speed between the hatch and the vista deck. Even if a person were to go outside through the hatch... they'd be blown away in an instant. Where does your power of love get you now, Mr. Wright? A huge spinning propeller, you say? In that case, I have to admit it does seem impossible. Ugh, I should have known. Nick, you can't make that kind of face in front of your client. The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles, right? Right. I feel like I just saw Mia look out at me through Maya's eyes. Aww. What's wrong, Nick? Why are you gaping at me like a giant sunfish? Thank you, Maya. You just helped me remember something really important. There it is. There's that fearless smile I was looking for. Now give us a mind-blowing theory, just like you always do. I have to turn my thinking around. Instead of wondering how Soren could have moved past that huge propeller, I have to think about what would have made it possible for him to do so. Your Honor, Mr. Wright only makes that ridiculous face when his back is pressed against the wall. And you would know that how, sir? Therefore, please do hurry and give your ruling before... This game is so homoerotic. This case, in particular, is so homoerotic. Mr. Edgeworth, it's still far too early to discount my theory. What are you talking about? The airship's large spinning propellers have already shredded it to pieces. But if we think a little more outside the box, I'm sure we can find a way he could have made it. Stop trying to stall, Mr. Wright, and show us how it could have been even remotely possible, if at all. I must agree with Mr. Edgeworth. Very well, Your Honor. There must have been a way. Some way that Soren could have moved along the wall in spite of the propeller. Now then, Mr. Wright, what specifically would have made it possible? This is how it would have been possible for Mr. Sprocket to get to the vista deck. He got to the deck some other way. The airship wasn't flying. The propellers were broken. Oh. If it was between the two receptions, the airship could have been on the ground. What allowed Mr. Sprocket to go along the outside wall in spite of the propellers is the location of the flying chapel at the time of the crime. Location of the flying chapel? But wasn't it flying high in the sky? No, Your Honor, I'm afraid it wasn't. What? Well, then where was it? At the time of the murder, the airship wasn't flying through the sky, but moored to the ground. What? And if the airship wasn't flying, then that means... the propellers weren't turning. In which case... Mr. Sprocket could have gotten to the vista deck along the outside wall. Isn't that right, Mr. Sprocket? Oh. Did he just stab himself with a finger? I don't remember. Ow, he stabbed himself with his pencil. That's gonna leave a mark. Even if the propellers weren't turning, it would have been far too risky to go that way. But Mr. Edgeworth, you're forgetting about the power of love. Yes, the amazing power of love. Not this again. Very well. For the sake of argument, let's assume this so-called power of love made it possible for Mr. Sprocket to move along the outside wall of the airship. This is where we really get the... I really see the Edgeworth Arrow Ace argument. Like, really, in this case. And these moments. Can you prove that the airship was tied to the ground as you claim, Mr. Wright? Well, I don't have any evidence where the airship was any evidence that proves where the airship was at the time. You can prove it, can't you? Maya, can you think of anything we can use to prove it? Can't say I can. Oh, wait! Didn't somebody see something outside a window at the time of the crime? I think I remember someone saying as much. The pterodactyl. Do I have a piece of... I skipped over that. Well, what are you waiting for? This piece of evidence shows what was outside the airship at the time of the crime. Oh, boy. This piece of evidence shows what was outside the airship at the time of the murder. What kind of lousy drawing is that? It's a drawing made by Larry Butts. And what can you prove with that poor attempt at artistry? Larry made this drawing before he switched the lanterns. Hold on. Yeah, it's probably his bow tie that you're seeing in the like white of the picture, or that yellow. Larry made this drawing before he switched the lantern, so it must have been right around when the murder was being committed. Now, if I could direct the court's attention here. Is that a pterodactyl? Does that mean that the airship actually went back in time to the Cretaceous period?
Objection!
We've already proved that time travel is nothing more than a gimmick, did we not? We did, and I have no intention of bringing up that argument again. But this drawing shows us an important piece of information. It shows us that the airship was actually moored on the ground. And what makes you so sure? That's easy. All you have to do is consider who made this drawing. Larry. That's right. It was Mr. Butts, and we both know what he's like. He must have seen something else and mistaken it for a pterodactyl. I can't argue with that. I can't argue with you there. Hey, wait just one doggone second here. What kind of moron do you guys take me for? I saw with my own eyes. A pterodactyl flew right by the window, I tell you. I have the sharp eyes of an artist. Don't you believe me? No. Nick. Nope. Some friends you guys are. What about the judge? You believe me, right, Your Honor? I'm sorry, but I'm afraid you need to leave this courtroom. Bailiff, if you would. Come on, buddy, let's go. Why doesn't anyone believe me? God, he's such an idiot. Don't take it personally, Larry. I know you're just being, well, you. Now then, so you're saying that what Mr. Butts really saw bears some relation to what was outside the airship at the time of the murder? Yes, Your Honor. At least, I think it does. Maybe it was the accident with the sign? What this pterodactyl really is will prove the airship was anchored at the mooring dock. It had better be, anyway. If it doesn't, my whole argument is a bust. If you are that confident about it, then please go ahead and tell us what it really was. Yes, Your Honor. Okay, think, Phoenix. What could that pterodactyl have actually been? This bench?
Take that!
I don't know. Please take a good look at the sign. Oh my god, the shape of the it's the shape of it is right here. At the sign? It appears to have been broken and then repaired. But what does this sign have to do with the pterodactyl? Please focus on this part of the sign. The part that broke off and got reattached, what about it? How about if we turn it like this? Oh, that shape! It's the pterodactyl in the drawing! What Mr. Butts actually saw was this chunk as it was being blown through the air by wind. What? On the day of the murder, there were some heavy winds in the area of the mooring dock, but it's hard to imagine that this sign would make it up as high as the airship would fly. That means the flying chapel must have been anchored at the mooring dock that night. Isn't that right, Mr. Sprocket?
Objection!
That's more than enough of this power of love nonsense, you pop culture junkie. Present all the proof you want, but your argument is based far too much on conjecture. Why don't we return to reality now? What do you mean, too much conjecture? Even if the airship wasn't flying, that alone doesn't prove the witness went along the wall. True, even now, it's no more than a possibility. Then how do you propose Mr. Sprocket got to the Vista deck, Mr. Edgeworth? I noticed something as I went over the evidence. Please take a look at this hold entry record. What about it? I don't see Mr. Sprocket listed on here anywhere. Don't you remember? In yesterday's session, we had a very similar kind of argument. Did we? Honestly, Mr. Wright, are you going senile already? We talked about Larry Butts using the defendant's keycard to enter the hold. Oh, we did talk about that, didn't we? In other words, even if a person's name isn't on the entry record, it's still possible for that person to have entered by using someone else's card. Mr. Sprocket, you entered the hold with Mr. Nickety, didn't you? I did. What? Why didn't you tell us that in the first place? Pierce is indispensable. I didn't want to mention him unnecessarily and risk having him wrongly accused. I couldn't do without him. Mr. Sprocket, I ask that you testify in greater detail about your movements that night. The truth is, I went to the Vista deck with Pierce. That's why my name doesn't appear on the hold entry record. I was badly injured from being stabbed, but I was frantic. By the time we reached the scene, it was all over. I don't believe that. Well, this doesn't help me. One bit. Mr. Sprocket, you've concealed information from us time and time again. I'm like losing my voice all of a sudden. Who do you think you are treating this court of law with such irreverence? That being said, I do appreciate the testimony you gave just now. Thanks to you, we now know why your name doesn't appear on the entry record. Now there are no more inconsistencies in the witness's testimony. Ugh. That's Mr. Edgeworth for you. He never leaves a loose end dangling. You okay, Nick? I wouldn't exactly call this situation okay. Somehow I'll have to coax the information we need for an opening out of him. If I even can, that is. Alright, I'm just gonna press everything, I think. Because I don't have any evidence to contradict these things, I don't think.
Hold it!
You didn't mention this because you didn't want Mr. Nickety to fall under suspicion? Is that because he has something to hide? I just didn't want the police to take up his time with all their questions, that's all. Neither the company nor the household would function smoothly without him. I see. Wow, it sounds like Pierce is absolutely indispensable to the Sprockets. Anyway, getting back to your statement, when did you meet up with Mr. Nickety? We met up on my way to the Vista deck. I think Pierce and some of my relatives were on another floor, but Pierce heard the commotion and came running to my aid. You could hear the pandemonium all the way up from another floor? Mr. Wright, would you like the current statement added to the witness's testimony? Yes, please. Yes, please, Your Honor. Very well. Pierce heard the commotion, and he came running. Okay.
Hold it!
Did Mr. Nickety come alone? I believe some of his subordinates were with him, but I don't remember exactly how many. He may say there were others, but seeing how they pulled that second reception off, I can't completely trust anything he has to say either. I see. So, you, Mr. Nickety, and a few others headed to the Vista deck, is that right? That's right. Okay. That's why my name doesn't appear in the Hold injury record. That makes sense. I was badly injured from being stabbed, but I was frantic. Speaking of your injury, how are you doing now? The knife wound is deep and continues to throb with pain. Fortunately, my internal organs were spared, but one wrong move would have spelled the end for me there. Thank you. Oh my god. Even so, I've seen you up and about all over the place since the incident. I'm only following my doctor's orders to perform some daily light exercises. Oh my god. It won't stop. Ugh. Mr. Wright, would you like Mr. Sprocket's statement about his condition added to his testimony? Not that it appears especially relevant for me. Sorry, I did that directly into the mic that time. Jesus Christ. Okay. I'd like to have it added to his testimony. Oh my god. Ugh. I haven't had a sneezing fit this bad in a while. The knife. It's not a knife. Oh my god. Ugh. Kill me. It's not a knife wound. Hey buddy, it's not a knife wound.
Objection!
Jesus Christ. Mr. Sprocket, you just said your injury is a knife wound, didn't you? But the weapon you were stabbed with was this candelabra, a fact I know you're quite aware of. Very well. This is what I heard directly from Master Soren himself. As you surmised, Master Soren was stabbed by Gloomsbury on the day of the murder. It happened after the first wedding reception. The happy couple was in the reception hall when suddenly Gloomsbury appeared. He attacked Miss Ellen and tried to take her away. Master Soren went to stop him and found himself in a struggle with Gloomsbury. That is when Master Soren was stabbed with the candelabra, he said.
Objection!
It must have been a simple memory slip that made him misspeak. It happens to everyone. It has nothing to do with the case. You must be pretty desperate to point out something so minute. Ugh. I have to agree, Mr. Wright. You hardly need to make such a big deal over such a small mistake. But I contend that is an important inconsistency. Besides, I couldn't find anything else. This is the only thing I have to go after. Now I say it's not important. Now let's not waste any more time on this matter. I agree. Everybody has a little memory lapse every now and then. But Your Honor, please let me explain. But can you? Can you really explain to this court what makes this slip so important? Yes, I can, Your Honor. After all, it was Soren himself who told Pierce that he had been stabbed by a candelabra. This is more than a simple memory slip. There has to be some kind of reason for it. Well, Mr. Wright, please explain why the witness's slip of the tongue is so important. The point to focus on here is why the witness would mistake the weapon used to stab him. Think carefully, Phoenix. This could very well change the course of the trial. I see. So why did the witness make that mistake, Mr. Wright? You're gonna go lie down? Okay. Have some good sleeps, Carly, and rest up. Have a good night. God, I hope I beat it tonight, too. He has no memory of it. He's covering for someone. He does keep saying he doesn't remember, but... think he's covering for someone, though. Thank you, you too. He doesn't remember the incident, let alone the weapon used against him. Not only that, but I believe Mr. Sprocket has some sort of memory disorder. Therefore, the defense contends that Mr. Sprocket's testimony thus far is invalid. Just because you can't find a flaw in his testimony, you want to throw it all out? Your basis claim is nothing but pure slander of the witness's character. Mr. Edgeworth is correct, Mr. Wright. Can you explain your grounds for making this claim? Of course, Your Honor. Think of what Soren has said, how he's behaved. That's where I'll find a clue. Man's got brain damage. Is that why he's writing everything down in his notebook? Like every tiny little thing? Very well, let's hear your argument then. My grounds for claiming that Mr. Sprocket has a memory disorder is his notebook. The notebook he always has with him. I saw daily events and information about the people around him recorded in it. Like a diary, perhaps. No, Your Honor. It's much too detailed to be an ordinary diary. It's more on the order of a database, actually. A database, you say? That's right. For some reason, Mr. Sprocket is apparently unable to retain memories. That's why he writes every little detail of his life down in his notebook. How could you possibly know that for sure? You might just be an extremely compulsive person. I thought so too myself, at first. To be honest, we accidentally got a stain on that notebook yesterday. You mean you got a stain on it? Hey, you're the one who tried to grab it out of my...
Objection!
Never mind whose fault it was, just get to the point already. Right, sorry. Mr. Sprocket. The page Miss Faye got a stain on yesterday. That's the page with the details of your stabbing on it, isn't it? No, I only write in this notebook because I'm very compulsive. Now drop the subject already. Sorry, but I'm not convinced. I noticed an odd fact about your notebook, Mr. Sprocket. On the earlier pages, you used to write down invention ideas, but after a certain date, you started writing down a lot more and in much more detail. I believe your memory disorder stems from what happened on that date. Something so monumental it caused a memory disorder, Mr. Wright. You don't know what you're talking about. Sorry, but I do know what I'm talking about, and this is the proof.
Take that!
You were involved in this car accident too, weren't you, Mr. Sprocket? And the shock of losing your beloved older sister is what caused you to develop your memory disorder. Is this true, Mr. Sprocket? Well, is it? Mr. Sprocket! It's true. That accident did something to my mind. What? Ever since that day, every time I go to sleep, I lose my memories. God, it's a 51st date situation. And when I wake up, the most recent thing I can remember is the day I lost my sister. It's as if I'm constantly going back in time. What? That's truly tragic. An inconsolable time traveler who goes back in time whenever he goes to sleep. Besides, time travelers do exist, you know, but you wouldn't understand. So that's what Soren meant. He's talking about himself. The reactions of the people around me each time I awoke made me aware of my condition. That's why I decided to write everything down in my notebook, so I could move forward. So the only memories you have since that day are the ones written in that notebook. That's right. And since the page about your stabbing got stained, you couldn't read from it, could you? There's just one more thing I'd like you to clarify for me, Mr. Sprocket. Exactly what are your feelings toward the victim? Mr. Sprocket's feelings toward Dumas Gloomsbury? That's right, Your Honor. The witness said that every time he wakes up from sleep, his mind goes back to the day his sister died. Mr. Wright, you can't mean... Mr. Sprocket. Your pent-up feelings of anger and resentment toward Mr. Bloomsbury for the accident were renewed each and every time you awoke, were they not? But you couldn't take it anymore, so you turned to murder. Isn't that right? What? Mr. Wright, are you saying that the witness murdered Mr. Bloomsbury for revenge? Well, Mr. Sprocket? It's gonna be Pierce. Oh, no. Miss Wyatt. Your Honor, I did it. I killed Mr. Bloomsbury. No! What? I love her big giant bow. Miss Wyatt, why are you what are you trying to do? Don't tell me you're still thinking of going that route. Soren is innocent. He can't be found guilty. Take me instead. Ellen, please try and get a hold of yourself. I guess she really meant it. My Soren didn't do anything wrong. I'm the one who should be convicted. Are we to understand that you're confessing your guilt? No, no, no! Now just wait a minute here. Ellen, why would you cover for me? After I testified that I thought you must have killed him? I'll admit, I couldn't believe my ears at first. But all I want is for you to be happy. Your happiness is my happiness, Soren. But without my notebook, I'd even forget those feelings of yours by tomorrow. Knowing that, do you still feel this way? You've loved me all this time, the same way you did before the accident. That's how I know that you are the same person I've always loved. No disorder can change that. Ellen, Your Honor, there are 2 things I'd like to correct. 2 corrections? What are they? First of all, I want to withdraw one of my statements. That's right, Dumas was killed by Ellen. Without memories to rely on, I took the police completely at their word. You can't be serious. So that means Soren never really doubted Ellen in the first place, did he, Nick? Ellen really does love Soren with all her heart, but in order to save her, I'll still have to go after Soren. I hope you can forgive me, Ellen. And what is your other correction, Mr. Sprocket? The truth is, I never felt anger or resentment toward Dumas about my sister. What? Why not? That's because the one who caused the car accident was me. What? Order in the court. Please continue, Mr. Sprocket. I'm the one who killed my sister. To protect my career and my future, my father made Dumas take the blame, in exchange for money and the position of lead servant. Okay. Soren was the one driving. Jesus Christ. So you see, Dumas must have held a grudge against me, not the other way around. And he must have attacked Ellen to get his revenge on me. Are you sure about all this, Mr. Sprocket? Very sure. It's all been written down in detail in my notebook. That notebook is important evidence supplying background to this case. I must insist you submit it as evidence. Okay. The lawyer said I had turned to murder, but that's just not true. However, it is true that my older sister and Dumas are both dead because of me and my negligence. I just glanced through Mr. Sprocket's notebook. I wasn't able to read the part about when he was stabbed due to the bloodstain, but what's written here about his sister's car accident is exactly as he stated. Your Honor, as long as it matches what's written in the notebook, can we still take the witness's testimony as valid, in spite of his memory disorder? Yes, I believe we can. I understand now that the witness's memory is in disarray, but if what Mr. Sprocket himself wrote in this notebook is true, then that means by the time Mr. Sprocket's party reached the scene, the victim had already been killed. Edgeworth's right. I'm still in the same bind as before. But should I really simply accept the contents of the notebook as a substitute for Soren's memory? Well, Mr. Wright, What do you think? Will you accept Mr. Sprocka's notebook as an official representation of his memories? Will I accept it? I think probably not. Wait a minute, Your Honor. The defense requests a chance to examine the notebook to see if it's trustworthy. Very well, but be quick about it. Thank you, Your Honor. So, how should we examine it? Well, we should look at it from all different angles to see if there's anything suspicious. Oh, and we have the fingerprint dust. There's no point if I don't look at what's inside. I have to open it. With your permission, Soren, here I go. Yikes. That's a really aggressive bloodstain. Oh, it's just the page Maya got all stained. But I guess it's not going to be very helpful at this moment. I'll keep going. This is the last page where there's writing. Is that the note that they put on the cow? Something about this page doesn't sit right with me. I better take a closer look. Oh, do the pencil test thing. This page is blank. Huh? A page has been torn out, and it looks like there was something written on it. It looks like a page has been torn out here. Mr. Sprocka, do you know what was written on it? Oh, that? I often tear out pages when I write somebody a note. I probably wrote something down for somebody, tore it out, and gave it to them. Oh yeah. That solves that then.
Objection!
Wait a minute. We can't ignore the possibility that something important was written on that page. But now the page has been torn out. How can we determine what was written there? Well, let's see. To find out what was written in the notebook, we should use fingerprint powder? I guess. I don't know how that would be helpful, but if we use fingerprint powder on the notebook, we might be able to see what was written. Fingerprint powder? How would that help us find what was written there? Well, if the writing left indentations on the blank page behind it, fingerprint powder could make those small indentations visible to the naked eye. Oh, stop. Fingerprint powder would only sully the notebook further. Mr. Wright, if you use the powder and still don't find anything, then you must accept that the notebook as a representation of the witness's memories. Alright, Your Honor, I understand. If I don't find anything, it's all over anyway. Powder, don't fail me now. I will now use fingerprint powder on the blank page to find out if we can see what was written on the torn out page. Okay. Yeah. I got it. I got it, babe. That's not good. It says I struck and killed Dumas. This is huge. I struck and killed Dumas. That's what was written on the torn out page. What? Can't be. I don't believe it. There has to be some kind of mistake. Soren would never, could never. Girly. Miss Wyatt. Bailiff, please get the defendant to the infirmary at once. Apparently the defendant got too worked up. She's resting in the infirmary as we speak. Now then, please continue, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. This notebook is all Mr. Sprocket has to remember things by. But this critical page torn out. God. Not even Mr. Sprocket himself knew the truth of what he'd done. I'm the one who killed Dumas, so it wasn't Ellen. Oh, thank goodness. Mr. Sprocket, does this mean you were at the crime scene during the murder after all? I guess I must have been. Okay. But Mr. Sprocket, can we really believe that's what's written in this notebook? Nobody touches this notebook but me, and when I sleep it's under lock and key. I don't remember writing that I killed Dumas, but I guess I must have. Well, now that we have a confession, I'm afraid I must render my verdict. Of all the... Yes, Your Honor, please give your ruling now while Ellen is asleep. I want the woman I love to be set free as soon as possible. Soren really does love Ellen after all, doesn't he? Yeah. So this is how it ends, but is that how it really went down? Is there really no way for them both to be happy? I know we should consider anything written in this notebook to be truth, but still. I myself wrote the crime in my notebook. No further proof is necessary. Soren himself wrote it in his notebook? Wait a minute. Very well. I will now give my verdict. Ellen is about to be found not guilty, and Soren will be convicted for the crime instead. And yet, am I really ready for the judge to give his ruling? No. No, not when there's still one more avenue left to explore. This court finds the defendant, Ellen Wyatt. Your Honor, there's still something that bothers me about that notebook. Oh, is there? What are you doing, Mr. Wright? All you have to do is keep quiet, and your client's a free woman. I know, but I think there might be more to this case than meets the eye. I'm not quite sure yet, but I think there still might be a way for Ellen and Soren to be happy. What do you mean by more than meets the eye, Mr. Wright? I believe the question here, Your Honor, should be, why was the incriminating page torn out in the first place? Why, to destroy the evidence, I would imagine. But removing it from the notebook is the same as removing it from Mr. Sprocket's memory, which means he wouldn't have been able to trick the police if he came under suspicion. No, if he wanted to cover up his crime, he would have to remember that he had done it. Just what are you getting at with this line of inquiry, Wright? Yes, please explain it so we can all understand. Yes, Your Honor. And the page was torn out of the notebook because somebody else tore it out. Yeah, it's fucking Pierce. The incriminating page was torn out by somebody else. What? Order, order. Are you claiming a third person interfered with the notebook? It's not all that surprising if you consider what's happened up until now. After both the car accident and the murder of Dumas Gloomsbury, there was always a cover-up not far behind. But I had my notebook with me at all times. Did you? Because I remember you were in a panic yesterday because you couldn't find it. That's true. So who orchestrated this particular cover-up, Mr. Wright? If we think back over the course of the trial, it's pretty easy to guess. The one who may have tried to tamper with Soren's memories is...
Take that!
The one who tampered with the notebook in order to manipulate Mr. Sprocket's memory is Pierce Nickety. Pierce tried to tamper with my memories? Pierce was manipulating me? Case in point, the two receptions that were held to cover up the murder. It was Mr. Nickety who directed the guests and orchestrated the entire scheme. No, it can't be. Which of my memories are mine and which have been rewritten? When did he start rewriting my memories? Who wrote this, and 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 this? Ah! Oh, God, girly. What are you doing? He literally took off. Look, Nick, he's coming back down. memories. Ellen. Mr. Sprocket. Bailiff, please get Mr. Sprocket to the infirmary on the double. Mr. Sprocket has been taken to the infirmary. We don't have to worry about him running away, so let us resume where we left off. Your Honor, the defense would like to call Pierce Nickety to the stand.
Objection!
We already know he carried out the cover-up to protect the company, Mr. Sprocket. What more do you want from him? This time it's different. The notebook, or rather Mr. Sprocket's memories, have been tampered with. That means the only person who knows the whole truth is now Mr. Nickety. Don't tell me, are you actually trying to drum up a third suspect in order to exonerate the defendant and her groom? I'm not drumming up anything, nor do I have grounds to accuse him of anything, yet. All I know is that Mr. Nickety is the only one who knows the truth, and I think he's still hiding something we don't know about yet. No grounds yet, is it? Well, Mr. Edgeworth, does the prosecution consent to calling the witness to the stand? It does, Your Honor. However, I would like a little time to talk with the witness before we do. Very well. We will break for a 20-minute recess. Okay. I think I'm gonna have to call it there for tonight. This is painful. But I don't think I have another hour in me. I really should go to bed because I have to do shit tomorrow. Ugh, leaving one part. It's fine, we'll finish it next week. We'll finish it next week. Oh, wrong screen. Well, these cases take so goddamn long, and I don't have a 6-hour stream in my body. I would like to go to sleep. Thank you guys for hanging out and watching. Let's check that Twitter poll because it will be resolved at this point. It ended in a fucking tie. Ugh. I think what we're gonna end up doing is probably doing the tier list, finishing this case, and then doing tier lists afterwards next week. I'll let you know if that changes. Because I kind of want a break. I've been thinking about it. I am excited to play Professor Layton, but I kind of want like a smidgem of a break before I jump into into another game. I'm a little not like Ace Attorney'd out, but like it's been a long stretch. I've been playing this basically since the end of January and nothing else. So I want to go back to playing more Dragon Age. I want to do some other stuff. So I think that's going to be what we do next week, is we're going to finish that last part of this case, and then we're going to get some drinky drinks in us, and we're going to do some silly tier lists together. And then the week after that, we'll go back and do some more Dragon Age Inquisition. There was a great thread I saw on Twitter of mods that kind of reduce the grindiness of the game and make it more RPG and less grinding, like a story RPG than grindy hard game, which I think will be beneficial for like more entertaining for you guys watching me on stream, not have to just like do every grindy little thing, so we can get through the story faster. So we'll see. I gotta work on that the next 2 weeks. But that's my thoughts and feelings and predictions for the next couple of weeks. If it changes, whatever I like really land on, I'll tweet about it. But that's gonna be it for tonight. I just got really tired. Just started flagging at the end of that. I was like, please let it be over. Please let it be done. I don't have another hour in me. So I'm gonna go to bed because I have to get up and like do shit tomorrow. Fun shit, but I do have to like get up relatively, not super early, but early enough so I can like get ready and get my life together to basically not be home all day. So thank you guys so much for watching. I very much appreciate it. I love hanging out with you guys. It's the best. It's the highlight of my week every week. And I'm excited to finally finish all of the mainline games with you together. Oh my god. So, that is going to do it for me tonight. Thank you guys so much for watching. I very much appreciate it. I hope you guys have a fantastic rest of your Friday night and a fantabulous weekend. And I will see you guys all next week, alright? Goodbye.